All right. So you guys wanna just jump in then? Are we all ready? Are we psyched? Are we pumped? Are we hype?
Right into the news.
Into the boobs. Okay. So we're gonna do the usual pre-session like talk. You guys should know this is another monthly roundup session. Just a couple of cleanup things. Items that you guys have. You picked up a couple of great axes. Or great clubs. Please understand those aren't regular great clubs, those are giant great clubs for giants. So if you use them and you are not, what is it, huge or whatever is above large, you swing at disadvantage, but they do 3d8 per hit. Understand. And then well, you got 2 of them. So also the bag of holding is now full. So you can't store any more stuff in it. I would recommend selling it or selling stuff or dumping it.
It says I have 64 pounds left.
Right, and that I believe is because we don't have everything in there. If you take a look at the general tab or whatever of the text chat up there, there's 2 screenshots, one of Zinch's backpack, one of Zinch's equipment. Everybody took everything and stuffed it, plus the 2 giant great clubs that are not in the bag of holding inventory, but you do have because Deuce gave them to Absalana Zixaman.
Makes sense.
Just a heads up. You know, 2 full suits of armor plus a full set of fine china. That alone, I think, should fill it up. But
yeah.
Also the custom items probably don't account for all of the weight. But how's it going, guys? Monthly roundup time. I want to hear from everybody. Stars and wishes, anything like that you guys want to talk about. Any gripes about the campaign so far? Anything you guys want to change?
0 out of 10. We'll never play again.
That's pretty much what I figured.
Found 0 vortex cannons or
yeah, quite honestly, there's no power armor, and it's been taking us forever on this planet, and I'm kind of tired of it, and I just want to get back in the ship and fast travel out of here.
All I need from you is for you to tell me what temperature the coffee was, how slowly you drank it, what flavor it was. No,
coffee. I'm out. It was coffee flavored coffee.
I was thinking about throwing some of those. What are they called? Sand slashers, sand blasters. What the fuck was that?
Sand blaster. Yeah.
Yeah, the fucking
the sand thrower.
Yeah, that's sand thrower. That's it. That's good. What about you, Kyle? Are you pissed that you don't have your powers back yet?
I was doing pretty good without them. And like I said, like we talked about earlier, I did make that subclass. Last I remember, we just said we talk about it more. So I don't know if you sent more after that. My phone's in my bedroom charging. Okay, well, I'm sure we'll find out one day. But, Ricky, yeah, I mean, I've been doing pretty good. Not to say I would like to have it back, but yeah, it hasn't been as handicapped as I thought it would be. Right.
Your god did nothing for you.
I mean, one of the extremes would, of course, be like, you get no knightly powers at all. You have only your sword and shield. That would be silly. But
you should give Deus like a pot of greed or something.
It does what it do.
Who the fuck is that?
Who's what?
It activates the trap card.
It activates. It does what it do. Like it's just a pot with the face on it.
Player we had a couple weeks ago.
It's a pot with a face on it that goes.
Yes, featuring special guest Ricky. Thanks for joining us this time, Ricky. I mean, to be fair,
do you know about all punishments yet?
No problem. I'm only here for half of this session.
To be fair, I did tell him if he didn't want to play, and he took me up on it 2 weeks in a 2 weeks in a row. Glad to see that you missed it. That's good.
Anthony's fault, 100%.
Yeah, it usually is.
Continue.
It usually is my fault. But fucking, how you doing, man? How's it going? I'm glad to have you back. I'm glad you're able to play now, or you want to.
Me too.
Yeah, we'll find out. Actually, I probably spoke too soon. You should. That's
what I'm saying. He doesn't know about his punishment.
I mean, he caught up. He caught up. He knows a little bit. He just doesn't know about the butt plug.
Oh, you just revealed that you go.
Yeah, the Great American Challenge lives again. What about you, Josh? How's Therai's edginess going? Are we taking the edge off of him yet, or are we?
No. His whole edge like, oh god, you guys just don't understand me. All I need are 2 shotguns and my ultimate, and you're all gonna die.
Because to me, Therai is a walking Godsmack song.
Oh my god! I mean, if we look at his backstory and everything, then yeah, he more or less is.
That's
I did not mean for this to happen, and you succinctly wrapped it up, and I am now disappointed in myself for not realizing this and making his name like Therai Godsmack or something.
We'll get there.
Perfect.
That's actually
There's still time.
That's the big reveal.
His middle initials are LP.
That's exactly.
I'm gonna look it up right now. Your last name is I Stand Alone.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, good. It sounds like you guys are all, still relatively willing to play. As you can tell, Amanda's not. She says she's tired of this campaign.
Yeah.
And she apparently also says she's pregnant, both of those things.
Me too.
No, not really. I watched Josh go.
Yo, one of you guys needs to get some tied up inside of you real quick.
Right.
I am tired and
listen, I've got some pliers and I've got some paint. We can do this real quick.
It's the third one is the killer. Everybody knows that. But yeah, she's not going to be playing tonight. She's like teetering on the verge of being too sick to play, and that happens.
Morning sickness isn't just in the morning. Got it.
Listen, you don't have to lie for us. You can just tell us that you punched her in the gut so she wouldn't play. Don't play a character. That's right.
Jeez, Josh, calm down.
Whoa.
Well,
Dude, he
I mean, totally.
Oh god,
a lot of this conversation.
Oh shit! Here comes nothing.
Nothing.
Talking shit.
Please don't hurt me.
You'll never get the Corvette now.
Yeah, you'll never get the Corvette now. Not anymore.
You can't do this to me. I have the high ground.
All right, all right. That's enough of that. Okay, bye. Get out. Okay. What'd you say to? No, I'm kidding. All right. So well, good. As long as you guys are all happy about it. We do have some goals that we have to go over. We never went over these at the end of last session, so we should tally them up, throw them in there. Maybe you guys fucking get level 9 already. That would be pretty.
Pretty sweet. Pretty sweet.
Right. So let's start. I'm gonna just start left to right on my screen. Kyle, did you complete any goals last week?
Yes, I used my steed to pull the carriage.
All right, and you guys are level 8. I think I was doing what, 750 a fucking session goal.
I don't know what it is now. We just got sold.
I'm pulling it up. At 500, and then you guys. Oh no, it's at 6 now because you guys were at 500 last time with the impossible challenge. All right.
Impossible.
Hiya. So that'll bring us to the old 600. Okay, and then are you replacing that, or are you gonna use that same goal again to use your steed to carry the carriage? Didn't think about that, did you?
I want to have something blacksmithy wise.
All right. Think about it.
I'm just gonna put use new what's a kit I found?
The Smith tit? Is it Smith tits?
Yeah.
Got some tits. You got some booba.
They're not very soft.
Nope, they're hard as iron. All right.
Smith tits.
Dan, what all did you accomplish?
Have you not heard of the Great
Smithy Seeds/herbs and fix cart are the 2 that I got done last session, and those were short term.
Oh, short.
I mean,
session. Okay.
Session. Yes. I immediately.
Are you replacing both of them or one of them? Or
yes, I'm replacing both of them, and the first one is inspect gear. I'm gonna try to find a time to do detect magic on all of our belongings,
right?
Just to check them, and then just kind of do an inventory. And then my other one is going to be cook in the morning.
Ooh, cook in the morning. Kyle, you got a visitor. All right, and then
in the morning, cook it.
I missed it. I completely.
Kyle's like little
cooking that supper time.
That was great.
They didn't close the door, Kyle. Damn.
Josh, what do you got? What did you complete last time?
I don't know if I completed them. I don't remember clearly. I don't think I did, because my short-term goals were I will heal those who need it, whether my party or others. I will defend one of my friends, which I didn't heal, and I don't know if I don't think I defended.
Oh,
we weren't in combat, so I couldn't have defended.
I guess you technically didn't consider them friends in the immediate, because you did heal Brenna. You healed your horse. Yeah, your horse is your friend, and you healed someone else.
Kexi.
And you hit Kexi.
I didn't remember the healing part, so
I mean,
I thought that was a session before.
Oh, that was a session before. You're right. You're right. I'm sorry. That's right. Yeah, last session was no combat.
I will share my wisdom with those who seek it. Since last session seemed to be mostly exposition from Zixibot 9000, Absalon protocol. I don't think that I got that either.
Well, if I'm just logicking this out, it wasn't necessarily a monologue with Absalon. You did tell Kaioken that generally speaking, when you make camp, you usually like to sleep in it. When he asked you if it was your tent and your pillow, so there's that. Yeah. But I don't know if that's. I was mostly just being facetious, but all right.
I mean, wisdom number 2. If I make camp, I sleep there.
Yeah. Well, from our perspective, we're just finding a random fucking camp. You know what I mean? Well, like, you did say that, like, this is where you came from, but there was no allusion to, like, I put up my stuff, I made breakfast, then I checked on them, and then they're scary. Yeah,
you can I
did say, I was like, Thurai would have told you guys that this was where he made camp. Yeah. But it was mostly in passing. I'm not expecting you to be like, all up on it about like what I say like out of the side of my face. But regardless, all right. So are you going to change any of those goals? Or are you going to keep any of them?
I think I'm going to change. I will defend one of my friends, who I will lead the party towards Karan.
Okay, that works. And then Mr. Zix, Mr. Ricky.
I don't know. That's up to you.
No, so when you don't play, you don't gain any of the goals. But
that's not true.
When you do play, you can change them if you want to. So if you want to change any of the goals that you currently have, go for tits.
No, I'll leave them.
Okay, so that being the case, let's throw ourselves headlong into the recap. Coming to terms with each other's ideologies, Thurai and Absalon were able to find equal footing on their distaste for previous mutual acquaintance, the former king of the Dragonlands, Balthasar. Kaioken was also familiar with this person, as he and his party had destroyed the once king in a battle before Tiamat, the mother of dragons, had been summoned. They packed up the campsite and made haste away from the devastation that they had wrought, taking wheel to road. They were bearing east when they made it to a T in the road and opted to travel north to see where Thurai had come from. They came upon Ashbrook, the homestead of the former Grigori and Sigrun Mason. Exploring the homestead, they eventually made camp inside of the longhouse to the north. So we were going to begin with the beginning of the first watch. And I believe that it was Deus and Kaioken and Thurai because he doesn't have to sleep, and Zixi because he doesn't have to sleep.
Yeah.
So basically, everybody except for Kexi, who is sawing logs, just in a corner where you guys left her kind of hamstered up around your guys' stuff, because Thurai said that he picked her up and brought her to the longhouse. With Brenna sleeping outside. So, there you guys are. You've lit the fireplace. You have kind of hunkered down for the night. It's dark outside, but you guys are in the house. What are you guys doing? Sitting around the fire, making s'mores, or?
Deus would get out his new smith tools and start like inspecting them, so he can start trying to further repair his armor.
Okay.
But he's not going to be super loud, so he can't do that yet. So he's just kind of pulling him out and looking at him.
Right.
He's never done this before.
As he's going through his backpack, Kaioken would start unloading all of the things in my backpack and on my person as well, and just kind of like, you ever see like people when they like do like a camping trip? Here's all my things. You know, this is all the stuff I'm taking for my weekend. Blah blah blah. I want to start like just laying everything out, and I'll look over to Absalom Zixi and be like, I'm looking to kind of check if anything's magical. There seems to be less magic in the world, but I just got a hunch. I think something, and I pull out my my Black Veil emblem. I'm like, I kind of got a funny feeling about these, and I'll set it down in the pile, and then just continue laying things out.
Okay. Do you want him to identify them, or do you want him to just detect magic on them?
I am going to ritual cast detect magic. I'm just saying he wants me to check anything that is magical.
Gotcha.
And then if he chooses to do identify, if I get a hit,
right.
We're flavoring it. It's like the spotlight, and like you're going over the spotlight, and if it like fluorescently glows, you know, it's like, oh, that's magic.
Right. So
I just want to lay out all of my stuff, and then see if he wants to do it too.
Okay. Sure, why not? He'll match you on that. He'll go, that is a very good idea, because we have a lot of shit on. We do not have the slightest idea on most of it what it is. He does produce Deus's cloak of far shadow as he kind of goes, this even stinks of evil, but it is incredibly powerful. This I already know is magic, but I don't exactly know what it does yet. What else is he gonna pull out? Oh, he'll pull out he's gonna pull out this out of his bag of holding, right? So it's like you know, maybe like 1.5 feet wide, like it basically it's this, right? Here's the bag of holding. He just, and out of it he just starts pulling out these pieces for a fucking plate mail. So he pulls out this full plate mail like suit, and he starts like
I like to think that it's like, it starts as like, oh, here's that helmet, and then, then the rest of the armor like kind of
shits out of it, and it's just like
together.
And it's like, what is it? It's this, and then he pulls out a fucking a chain, like suit of chainmail that's got like these disgusting little like barbs and shit. Some of the chains like looks like if you took the chain link and you just like with pliers like twisted it so that way the links like came out like that. There's just like all these little barbs all over it, and little spiky bits, and you kind of like, what's that? Oh, he's gonna pull out the goblet, the gold goblet with all that stuff in it. And he's gonna go, Don't know if what that is. And then the, does Kexi have the scrolls or did Zixi keep those? The 3 scrolls that have the...
I thought she found that while he was picking up.
Then he doesn't have that and he wouldn't bring it out then. I just remembered that those came together. Oh, scroll with wax. Oh, I see. Okay, so this is in here, but that is on Kexi's body. Gotcha. I'll make a call. Why not? He's gonna pull out a diamond. It's about. I think I said it was about yay big. Yeah, right? Yeah, a little tiny bastard. He's gonna pull that out.
Honestly, that's a huge.
Yeah, that's like it's like 88 fucking carat diamond.
Yeah, that is.
He's like,
yeah, you give that to your give that to your fiance. She's gonna marry you.
Here's the queen's diamond, and then he'll pull out,
tiny bastard right here.
Exactly, and then he's gonna pull out these. I mean, at this point, they're pretty fucking gross. But he's gonna pull out like a good few like banana slug looking things. He's just gonna he's like, why is this in here? Ugh, so gross. Other than that, that's pretty much gonna be it. He's gonna go, okay, do your thing, Keoken. I don't have very much uses of the of identify, so we'll take the most important looking items first.
And then I'll do that same.
Could be useful.
Like
depending.
Putting my hand out, and then a kind of like a little rune glows that when I look through it, like there's a glow in the dark scorpion right there. UV light.
Yeah.
To see if any, and I just gaze over it, and if I get a hit on anything, I point to it and like put that one aside, put that one or whatever.
So
you tell me.
I'm gonna a little bit outside of the general like use of the spell. When you go over the Black Veil amulet, it does glow a bit. It doesn't glow with any particular like type or school that normally the spell would create. It does just have like a gray pulsing light, a little bit, very very faintly off of it. You could give me an Arcana check.
Okay. 17. Not bad.
Right. This is it's the same sort of thing as an arcane focus would give you. So this would like kind of let you know, like, oh yeah, just generally you can use this as an arcane focus. It does have the ability to be used as such. He goes, would you like for me to identify this, or?
I'm pretty sure. I think it's just for a focus for spells, but it wouldn't hurt because wait, I would remember the people after Karan that we fought and killed.
After Karan? After Hearthenvale?
Before we got back to Hearthenvale, and they all had those.
Oh yeah,
and they did use them.
Oh yeah,
but man, I don't know if Keoken knows anything about.
I'm gonna turn this down. Sorry.
What do you call scrying? Because I for the longest time I had a ring of like no scry zone.
Yeah, the protection from scrying or whatever.
Yes, and so maybe he was just completely oblivious. Daniel wants him to see if it's for scrying.
If the amulet itself can be used as a scry,
if it can be scryed upon.
Are you trying to think about this, or are you trying to work this out loud?
I'm trying to work it out loud with his background, because he never had to deal with scrying because he was always protected from it.
How would you bring this up?
I'm not sure if this has any ties to the Black Veil that they can check up on their people.
Okay, let's see.
If it's a means of communication back to someone or within certain ranges of people.
Thurai, Deus, and Zixi. Zixi will make an Arcana check. Thurai and Deus, you guys can make either an Arcana check or a Religion check, as your guys' magical abilities are divine. Okay, pretty much par for the course. Dear. Well, okay, Thurai, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Not that you would necessarily not be familiar with it, but in most of your lives, you never practiced so much to be incredibly familiar with spells like that.
Right. Yeah.
Right. In fact, likely in your first life, you went your entire life not wanting to find out about people. Yeah. Like, you got to old age, you got to being, you know, relatively powerful, but you wanted to not be scryed on. You wanted to not have, you hermited yourself away from everybody else. So this isn't exactly in your wheelhouse. Deus actually and Zixi both go yep, like at the same time, because both of them would know that the implementation of a scry spell, generally speaking, if you're familiar with a person or an object, you can project your sight to that. The more familiar you are with it, the more easy it is to scry on said object. And both of them, Deus and Zixi, would kind of do this back and forth about like, oh yeah, if they're really familiar with either this individual one or perhaps just having one in general, sure. If you they totally could scry on these amulets. It's entirely possible. Okay. And then what else are we looking at here? That was the only thing that you pulled out?
No, I would put like the Dwarven Thrower, the little great axe. Like, I put everything in my inventory.
The Dwarven Thrower?
Sorry. I keep thinking it's a Dwarven Thrower because it's a light hammer, but it's not a Dwarven Thrower. The Skullbreaker.
Gotcha.
Skullbreaker. All that stuff out, and then, yeah.
Those items from Gorguts are not magical. You don't see any of those. What else is out there? Skullbreaker, Great Axe, Little Great Axe. No, those aren't the. What else did you have?
I think that's it. That's all I would. That's all the stuff in my inventory. And if the Black Veil amulets aren't, this is more of a narrative for like, we're going through our shit. Let's start getting rid of things, right, or pass things around. So that's all I got.
All right. Okay. All right.
Does Deus look like he's like drooling or anything when he put?
I don't know. What is Deus doing? As Kaoken's bringing this stuff out, Kaoken and Zixi are going over like certain items. You're awake, right? I thought you said you were taking first watch too.
He's in the corner drooling.
It's a better answer than I had.
You do see, Jesus Christ, sorry, I thought I adjusted all these fucking levels before, but apparently I am a liar.
It's pretty intense for sorting through items.
Yeah. Who knows, maybe this is combat music and you have no idea. But
yeah.
So you would see a full plate mail come out. You would also see a spiked chainmail come out of Zixi's bag as Absalon brings it out and starts talking about this stuff.
Yeah, he's just staring at the plate.
Let's see. Absalon would look over. He'd look over at you and go, Deus, you're focusing rather intently. Are you okay? He does like this whole thing.
If no one else is using that plate, I could sure use that.
Are you sure you want the plate? I mean, you're already wearing chainmail. Here is the chainmail right here. Almost a 1-for-1.
Yeah, I'd rather have the plate.
Oh, okay. But I certainly don't need it. Kaioken doesn't need it. Looks over in oh wait, I mean the Gray Man. No wait, no, he knows who Kaioken is.
Yeah, Brenna.
It's Brenna. Yeah. I'm getting my NPCs all confused. Well, technically, he's supposed to be Masenko, right?
Yeah, to this point, Kaioken's never said his name is Kaioken. It's always been Masenko.
Whenever Anthony refers to him until then, just know that he's saying Masenko because too many fucking names. So,
too many cook.
Yeah. So, so he's like, I certainly don't need it. He doesn't need it. Sarai, do you wear heavy armors?
Armor is just a burden for me.
Yeah, it bothers my nipples too. Give it
Same.
Armor is not a burden for me.
Margot camera nipples, right?
Hot as stone. Yes. So, you can go ahead and.
By this conversation,
if you go to your inventory, Kyle, you will see if you type in like in the manage inventory, if you type in proofed, you should see proofed plate +3. That is the plate mail that was picked up.
I see it.
You will notice that it is not +3 plate mail.
Yeah.
It in the description it tells you what it does. That is that, and that'll be up to you to remember to tell me when it does or doesn't affect you.
No, he just kind of takes it and just gets out his yeah.
He froze.
Me?
No, I thought Kyle froze.
Oh, fuck.
His vestments and starts like polishing the armor.
He takes his like clothing and start his vestments are like priest robes and shit. So he's like, yep, fuck these clothes. Don't need them anymore. Right. Sick. So then in that case, everything that Absalom pulls out.
Absalom put down the bone dagger.
He has that?
Yes.
All right.
I thought.
It's not here, but it is here. It is here. It is here. Yes, he does pull that out.
Is there any magical hit on that?
Fuck yes, there is. Dude, you breeze over this thing, and it is this like insanely fucking piercing, like red aura that comes off of this thing. The bone dagger itself is, like this, right? It's handle of bone. The blade is bone, but it is worked and whatnot. Dude, this fucking aura comes off of this thing as long as like a short sword. So like doubles the blade length of this thing. It is inky.
It's Gambit greenstone.
Yeah, you can't even see the edges of where it starts or stops.
Yeah, dude, this thing is fucking magic.
I'll point at that like, hey, we should check that one out for sure.
That one.
Oh. Well, let us see here. What do we have? So he is going to cast this fucking shit. Okay. Well, as much as I wanted to hear one of my favorite songs, we now must wait. So, almost as if it is like a speaker playing through the same robot voice, you're going to hear Ooh, welcome to identification. Tonight we are identifying a bone dagger, and you hear like this studio audience. Ooh. And he picks it up and starts spinning it around and he goes, only a weapon forged from the bones of a friend could pierce the divine armor of a celestial. These blades, a set of 4 short swords, were carved from the bones of the last archfiend to set foot on the material plane. Ah, ooh. They were then cast in obsidian, a metal so black it only absorbs light, or it absorbs all light around it. Finally, they were inscribed with the forgotten runes by the last Yugoloth who held the knowledge of them, who was in turn promptly killed. These implements are used in the ritual magic of suppression. Aww. When used with the intention of good, they are unable to be used. When used with the intention to do evil against a good-aligned creature, they can strike a critical blow on a 17 to 20. Additionally, they cause bleeding, which prevents an afflicted character from healing. These effects last until the restoration spell can be used. Ah.
Ooh.
Thanks. We'll see you next time. Don't forget to spay and neuter your cats. Yeah. Zixi or Absalom goes, I should have changed that. That was a long time ago.
I liked it. It's very informative.
Well, this is
it gets the job done.
There's a time and a place, you know, and this is nicer. Yeah, so that is what you get. Actually, I will now, if you look in the Bone Dagger handout on Roll20, I am now going to put the secret identification description into the public notes. So now you can reread what I said before. With one other thing, this can only be attuned by an evil creature. And it does require attunement to use.
Nice.
So, requires attunement by evil creature in the deep, dark depths of their heart. Okay. So that takes care of one of his two abilities of identify. Was there anything else that you wanted to do for that, Kaoken?
No, as I'm assuming Deus is putting on the new armor right now. Or is he just looking at it? Or he's just cleaning it?
If he's going to be on watch and you put it on.
I mean, this is the first watch. This isn't pre-watch. This is during the first watch. So if you're swapping it now, you know, you'll be swapping it for like, what, 10 minutes or whatever?
Yeah.
And then...
it's 5.
5 to take off, 10 to put on. Yep.
10 to put on.
I always thought, I always say it's 10, but then every time I read it, it's 5.
I think you last time you said that it was 2 different rules. I believe you said it was less to take it off than it was to put it on. But that being said, anyways, anything else that is in this pool that should be identified, do you think?
I'd pack my stuff up and then I'd go sit down next to Deus while he's busy putting on his stuff, and I take out my component pouch and I start like molding these little balls of, there's like little bits of iron, like nails and stuff, and I'm just making these, like, I'm just kind of working these balls. Working the balls.
Yeah. Dude, from troll penis to fucking lodestones.
I am crafting my material component for flaming sphere.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Dan's working with nuptials.
Yep.
And as I'm doing that, I'm like, Deus, there's something I've learned over the years, and one of them's from dwarves. That when a mistake is made with metal, you can always melt it down and start fresh. It only costs time, sweat, for the perfection that some seek of themselves. There's also something else about nature. There are some seeds that only sprout unless they are first burned. I think this is your time in your young life to reforge yourself and start to sprout into something new. And I kind of, I just hand over the hammer, the Skullbreaker hammer. Like, I think maybe this can help you forge your path.
Are you saying this like out loud for everyone in the party to hear?
Yeah, like we're just like a foot or two off to the side. I'm assuming there's like a circle around the fire, and we're just on the other side of the fire. And so I hand you over the Skullbreaker, so I'm getting it out of my inventory.
This is not wrong. In my first life, I spent my entire life devoted to one thing, blindly following it until I found out I was deceived. And even afterwards, I still went after the same thing over and over again, never learning my lesson.
The Rye, isn't it?
Yes.
Who asked?
Oh, that was kind of mean.
Expecting his new hammer.
Whoa.
One of experience gives it to those who were not as experienced. You seem fresh still. I speak from years of wisdom. If you do not wish for guidance, I will not offer it any further.
I'm just kind of like looking between the two, making my balls. Molding
the hammer. How big is this hammer?
It's a light hammer, so it'd probably be like a. I'm thinking
like an 8-pound single jack.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah.
And what's it called?
I already deleted it. No, it's called Skullbreaker.
If you go through your managed inventory, it's an item. There you go.
That's it.
SKU, I think. Well, the names are like.
Fucking so. Absalon just goes. That was a dick move. Wow, Deucey. I don't know if you have huge balls or if you're just too young to understand when you should close your mouth and open your ears for wisdom from people who have experienced more than you. But wow.
It is Absalon, if that is your name. If you do not remember, not even a day ago, I was doing the same with you. It is not something of experience or age. It is just temperament. Sometimes we wish for conflict, and other times we wish to learn.
So, Deus, as I was saying, sometimes it's best to know when to close your mouth and when to open your ears. But
hey, he's going through changes. There's stuff in his body that's rapidly formulating into his manhood. And I put my hand on his shoulder and I cast guidance. You do what feels right. You do what feels natural.
So Dave was just gonna close his mouth and listen, exactly like he's saying. But now being empowered by KOK, he's like, I've had to listen to people older than me my whole entire life tell me what to do, saying follow these tenets and follow these laws and rules. And they always demand respect, yet show me none. Puts his hand on KOK and he shows me respect. He doesn't talk down to me. And I don't know him. Thanks for healing me and all, but
yeah, who am I?
Built that rapport,
he means he doesn't know Sarai.
I like to imagine KOK's like, we just don't know.
It's like I'm sitting in a restaurant and someone came behind me and interrupted a conversation.
What's a restaurant?
You
mean a tavern?
A tavern. Sorry, Thurai, but I don't know you.
All right, well.
How do I reach
suddenly
these
I feel as if I feel as if I should be drawing weapons right now for some reason. Well, Deus, okay. You should definitely follow your heart wherever that tells you to go. If it tells you to walk into a pool of lava And one of the older men in this group are telling you that lava is hot and will kill you if you walk into it. You just keep going headfirst into it. But I suppose you have to get burned by the fire in order to realize what hot means. But that is okay. Not to talk down to you, Deus, but what came out of your mouth just now only reinforces that you have issues with people who have forged the path ahead that you are already walking. Good luck to you, sir. Also,
thank you for understanding.
Also, Sarai, the bugbear, Zinch, he had some personal effects that were left behind. I should put them out here. You should understand more than me or anyone here where to take them when we do get back to the city. I can only imagine.
I think the guards should see this first.
The guards?
Yes. As far as I know, he was a part of them wishing to become more than them. I'm not quite sure. He spoke of wanting to investigate.
Out of game. He wasn't a part of the guards. He was a Four Talons mercenary who wanted to join the guards.
Oh, okay. Well, we should bring this back to...
Scratch that.
The guards might know something that afflicted him. Beyond that, they'll want to see the body to make sure we haven't caused the final blows. After that, I don't know if he has any family in Koran or anywhere, so it might be wise to take it to the Four Talon mercenaries.
This is very true. If you wouldn't mind, he's going to pull out the backpack. He's going to pull out a journal that Zinch had, and he is going to flip to one of the pages, and you're going to hear him go, Raj from the Hunters visited me to try to kill me today. He's going to go, now they will not know that we had any involvement, and they will know where to point. I did not lie. I simply gave them an arrow. But before he does that, before he closes it and sends it off, he's going to go, oh, would you look at this? There were some notes in here that he wrote down in his journal. Weird. Oh, this is weird. He said that about 4 days ago, he watched the moon crack into pieces. Did anyone else witness that before the rainstorm?
No.
The moon?
Yes, the moon.
Sarai's immediately going to go outside and look up.
As you open the door, you look up. Yeah, bro. With the storm that has passed now, since it passed this evening, the moon is split into 3 pieces. It almost looks like... Well, I'll just show you. Let's do this here. Going back to the doodle pad. Pew! One thing that you see... so the moon has this. It's been fissured entirely through into 3 pieces. And
so it looks like it might start drifting apart, or like it looks like there's fissure lines going through it.
No, it looks like it's... I mean... You know how gravity works, right? Like the moon is big enough to stay away. If it's in smaller pieces, maybe it starts to fall. Spirits within. So yeah. But you look up and you see that. I assume that the rest of you guys just stay behind, right? Or do you guys actually go out too?
Yeah, Dave's would definitely go out, look at the moon.
I'm touching my balls.
So as you go out there, Deus, with like following Sarai, Sarai hits you in the face and says, "Get back in your lane." No, I'm kidding. No, so fucking family, you would see the same exact thing, and it would actually remind you. You saw this happen. The first time that you saw Sehannon when you were on the ground, just after Hearth and Vale, you saw the moon split, and you saw Kexi like drooling while she was staring off into the area. It's like session like 13. But yeah, you did see that. I think that you thought at that point that it was all a hallucination, but you haven't seen the moon since then.
It can't be.
Also to the left of the moon on this doodle pad, the control node is what Absalon showed you guys with his prestidigitation, showing you what he had created to control and destroy all of the Dragonborn on the planet. Just so you know.
Dragonborn.
But the moon, yeah, that's how it looks. Nice crack in half, one big half piece and then two smaller pieces up above. From inside, you would hear Absalon go, "Oh, so is it another thing about a sea voyage that he was going to want to investigate if he got back and failed his exam? Is there something about a whirlpool that swallowed several ships offshore? But I don't like going into the water. I'm terrified of the water. I would rather go to the moon than go to the water."
Yeah,
it's gross.
So they're outside, right?
Yeah.
Zixi, Absalom.
Yes, sir.
I feel this whole change with Deus is kind of my fault. I asked him about his home, and he started to get really confused and emotional about where his home was, and then all of a sudden he just started being different. You know, he had
right.
You know, he acted out against. Wait, no, I don't remember that. I don't remember anything.
You would remember
Connor.
The stand down, everything except for Connor.
Mm-hmm. Remember, he got really upset with someone else, and we had to, you know, maybe kill him or subdue him. But he was really upset, and after that, I asked him about home, and I think he's homesick. I think we need to get him back to the moon. Maybe find his center.
Well, you know, all small children, they get homesick when they go to summer camp. You know, it's a natural part of history. It's a natural part of growing up, is being away from their home and becoming an adult without the suckle of the teat, if you will. But he will find his way, I'm certain of it. Either that, or he will, shit talks the wrong person and end up finding out that the world is incredibly harsh. But
that will happen, and if he survives it, he'll be stronger for it.
Yes.
So
there is one thing that I should say, because I feel that I am loosening up a little too much, and I should understand. I should have everybody understand. Sarai, Deus, come in here. I have one more thing to tell you guys before I take a stroll outside and look at that moon. I assume you guys go back in.
Yeah.
Deus, are you?
Deus kind of is still staring at the moon, like he's not listening.
Okay.
Or he's kind of not listening, but you know, like when you're so focused on something, you gotta tune out everything else.
Yeah, like not listening. All right. So he goes. The rest of you guys. Sarai walks in. The three of you guys that are in there. Goes. You should know to never lose sight of your goals. Okay. Always remember that you are the one whose decisions will ripple through time and space to affect the world around you, more than the rest of the mundane people that you are going to encounter in this journey. Now, I don't know when the next time I will be able to take control of this shell, and it might be that I never do again. But you can always tell the unique people of the world. Because, if I'm being honest, this is the most contradictory ragtag motley crew of weirdos that I have ever seen. And usually that means that you will stick out like a sore thumb wherever you go. But that also means that you are someone special. And that you should know that all of these unusual occurrences that are happening around you are likely not going to stop. So, stay true to yourselves. And the next time I see you, if you are not my subjects, then hopefully you will be my allies, or dead.
Your kid likes probably like sipping on some water.
That is an interesting way of saying, I will see you next time.
This is a Sith if I ever knew one, am I right, guys?
Yeah.
Gesundheit.
Right. Well, you know, in life, nobody took me seriously, and I wiped out 2/3 of the world. So, please. This house is lovely, isn't it? I hope you all sleep well. Whoever's going to be taking the watches.
I'm glad we picked up all the gore and viscera and tracheas.
Yes, it was tracheas. It's really weird.
I need so many tracheas.
Right. So, enough of that. Is there anything anybody else wanted to do before we wrap up, or we actually like do the rolls for the rest or anything like that?
I have one thing.
Yeah.
As I'm assuming Zixie's putting the rest of the stuff back into the bag of holding at some point,
right?
I'd be like, hey, that chainmail looks pretty similar to Kexie's gear. Can we just give that to her and maybe she'll want it? And if not, we'll just leave it behind. Or, we'll put it on the cart and sell it when we get to Grand. We got a couple more days, right?
Yeah. We'll just check in with her in the morning. If she'll probably be fine. And then, I mean, who knows? Maybe she wakes up and goes, no, I hate chainmail, or I'm from the Fae. It hurts me to put a cold iron on. I don't know. I don't think that's a real thing.
Yeah. I think they do it to propose they have a weakness, but
right.
Maybe they're just like laughing at everyone else who thinks that.
That sounds about right.
Good actors.
Okay. We're going to cut out to Deus real quick. So you're standing outside, you're staring up at the moon. What are you contemplating right now? Like what's going on through Deus's mind as he's like looking at this fractured celestial being out there?
Well, trying to wonder, like, what does that mean? Like, she showed that she was doing it, she did it. Or that it happened. I don't remember exactly I don't remember the exact dream he thought he had and what exactly went on in it. Was it the one where she was first talked to him, or the second one?
I think there was only one.
There was twice where she visited him. The first time was when he was resting. She hit him with that moonbeam spell and burned him. And then I believe she
kissed me and then hit me because of the shadow thing.
That was not Sehanin.
Oh, I thought she was the one that kissed him.
No, that was an angel.
Oh,
that kissed you.
That changed your race.
Yeah, remember? So the angel had tan skin and black hair, and then Sehanin was a pale elf with white hair, that silver hair that flowed off as far as your eye could see. When she visited you while you were sleeping, she was very spiteful and petty, and you noticed that she had a black like barbed wire tattoo that went around her wrist, up her arm, and around her neck, and off. And that was shortly after cracking the moon. And then when she visited you the second time was when she took your powers with her. When you felt your tenants fail you.
So then I guess we kind of wondering, like, why? Why did she do that? Like, not the powers part, but the moon part. Like,
right.
What does that signify? Is this the start of something? Is this her making a move? Did she even do it? Like, there's so much he doesn't know.
Right.
That since he lost his powers, he stopped caring about.
Right.
So now he's like, like
trying to ponder
there again. Yeah, like
right.
Like he's got it scares him essentially.
Okay.
Because there's this, the gods are real. He knows they're real, and they've been gone for so long. You kind of forget about how strong they are. Like they're just kind of storybook creatures.
Right.
But she's real, and she took his powers, and she destroyed the moon.
The moon goddess destroyed the moon.
Yeah.
That's weird, right?
It makes perfect sense.
I mean, I guess in a way it would, right? If that's her domain, she can do whatever she wants with it. But why would you?
Your own place?
Who knows?
And exactly, who knows?
Would you like
I
to?
guess it kind of makes him want to contact his people.
How do you normally do that?
Normally he has to be in a town.
Okay.
Because in towns, he can check in through code words mailing.
Right. You can send a raven. Okay.
Pretty much, yeah. Send a raven while he's in town, and he has his amulet that kind of proves he's a part of it. It's not quick or anything.
So while you're wearing your plate mail, do you hide your amulet or do you keep it tucked?
He's always not hid it. He's always been very like,
right.
Aha, look at me. Now, he'd probably keep it tucked.
Okay. Okay. Well, then we're gonna unless you want to like actually like do anything, any skills, abilities, or anything like that.
He would just kind of, I need to get stronger. I need my powers back.
Right.
Just kind of stop focusing on the moon and be like, where'd everyone go?
Right.
Just kind of go back inside.
Okay. Thurai, anything else that you wanted to do?
But he wouldn't talk to these people about it.
Gotcha.
No. Thurai is just gonna contemplate what he just saw.
Right. Okay. Well then let's see. Ricky.
Yep. Do
me a favor. In fucking D&D Beyond, would you do me the honor of rolling me 2d6? On an 11 or a 12, you will get a fun time. Oh. Okay. The first watch goes by uneventfully. Now, I believe that means that Kaoken and Deus go to bed.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's going to be Absalon and Thurai that stay awake.
Yeah.
So, before we do this, Dan, would you like to use your ability, your player role ability, to make it so that way they don't have to roll for tonight?
What says the group?
What says the Dan? I mean, toss it to the group if you want to know.
Me, I don't think we need it. I think we're okay.
Keep in mind that your cleric doesn't have any spells. Your paladin doesn't have any spells. You shouldn't, but you haven't done a long rest. You've leveled up, but you haven't done a long rest.
Yeah, but I still had 2 level 1 shots.
Yeah, 2 level 1. So, sorry, he has 2 level 1 spell slots. So he's almost out of his spells. Your paladin, I believe, is out, or maybe has 1.
I got 1.
And Zixi has 1. And I think are you tapped, or you have like your full repertoire still, just in case you need it?
3 level 1s, 1 level 2, and then since I got my 3rd levels, I have 2 3rd levels.
So you're the only person who's going to really withstand a whole lot of punishment.
And then I have 1 wild shape and then 1 rage.
Right, because of the short rest, yeah. Mm-hmm. And whatnot. So, what do you guys want to do? If you're tossing it to the group, what does the group say?
It's up to you, homie.
I'm fine either way.
I'm instinctually gonna just say we'll be okay. Let the fate decide. We'll figure it out.
All right.
Have a diamond. Come on.
You should also know that you can't gain another one of these until you use one.
No, and that's a part of the video game where it's like I have 16 health potions, but I might need all of them at one time. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, it reminds me of Resident Evil, where like I would hoard everything, restart the checkpoint, so I would,
Unfortunately, you can't restart. You can't quick load. You know what I mean?
No, let's just fucking use it because that'll make me push to try and get another one.
Muhaha. I got you. Now you've activated my trap card. So, second rest. The other two go to sleep. It's all right. It's just you and Absalon.
Yeah.
Ricky, make me a Constitution saving throw. Of course. Fucking of course. Sarai looks... You look over at Absalon. Absalon goes, well, it would seem that it is just you and I tonight. How are things?
So,
I feel I should apologize for being so hasty. Please understand my plight in that, things were a little hairy, and then you came in bringing some thunder.
To be fair, were I in the same circumstance, I, too, would have done that. When we are too trusting one time, I paid for the easy trust of my allies and got stabbed in the back. I think I almost died as well.
Yeah, it's the older we get, and as long as we keep on this road, the more paranoid it seems as though we get. The less trusting of strangers. As you see him. What was that? Did you do something there?
I've done nothing.
That was that. And then, Zixi, you take back over control.
That was weird.
Robot voice just changed on you, Thurai.
So, are you the... I forgot what he called you. Zixi, I think.
Yes, that is I.
Your other... Like, his eyes are obviously looking about as he's trying to find the right word, as if it's just floating around him. Your other self, I suppose, is quite full of knowledge. I like it. A bit too prideful, though.
I would warn you to speak ill of my master.
I have spoken no ill. Only of things I have observed.
Dude, in the back of your head, you're just hearing, I am going to fucking kill him. He thinks I am prideful.
I will show him my pride.
Zixi, just so you know, everything that has happened over the last day and a half, you've had to third party, and you've had to watch happen. Yeah.
That's why I told him that.
As Absalon has been dude, he has been fucking elated, just going to town. I got to party again. An interesting point of note: as all of this has been happening, unlike you, who you haven't been able to mentally communicate without verbally speaking out loud when you respond. The entire time that Absalon has been in control of your body, he's been talking back to you. And he's been saying things like, you see, they need you. Now, you are a wallflower. This is during combat and shit, he's doing all this stuff. He's throwing fucking grease over, making Days slip. He's look at, he can't even fucking stand on it. As he's his deepest, he's actually communicating all of this to you. You've heard his inner thoughts where nobody else has, right? Mm-hmm. And you can hear a certain amount of like spitefulness as he has been describing like his thoughts to you about the group. Ultimately, he has always described them as being beneath him. And he is like, you see, when you are a wallflower like this, they don't understand how much they need you. So it is up to you, Zixi. When you are in control of this body, you are the one who is supposed to show them that you are in control and you are in command. And it is up to you. And he is like, there's a point in that combat where he gets spooky. Because he's like, what do you think would happen if I were just to blind Deus? Oh, wait. Ha ha ha. He looks over at Kexi, who she had just gotten healed up. And he goes, you know, we could take her out right now. Completely and utterly quickly. So nobody would even know it was us. Take her down. Then maybe you can heal her. And then they will need you because oh, look, it's Zixi. He's the one. He's a healer. He is our great protector. He's our leader now. It's like you have to lead them to where we need to go, back to the lab. And if you cannot do it, Zixi, then I will do it for you. And that was when he was having conversation with Kaioken, and Kaioken was like, yeah, that'd be great to go. And inside, as Kaioken says, like, yeah, we should definitely go and like fix this. Go back to the lab, get you a new body. He goes, you see? They are eating out of my fucking hand. Except for this stupid cleric. He thinks he is so smart. And so you see him putting on this facade that he's been having with these people. Which again, metagaming motherfuckers. No kidding. You guys are completely oblivious to all of this if you haven't been keen to it this entire time. But Zixi, you would know that this has been his true feelings this entire time. And then finally you feel yourself, because you've been kind of nudging this whole time, trying to feel out how to regain control of this body. And you feel like a pinhole of, like, you can get a finger through, and you start to like Ace Ventura through the back of the rhino, get yourself through. And it's finally at the end of this first watch, when everybody else goes to sleep, that you're finally able to like pop yourself out. And you can hear the frustration of Absalom as he's like, oh, you son of a bitch. Okay, Zixi, I'll give you control again, but I got to taste the air. I got to smell the earth, and I will not be ignored again. I will not be secluded into this prison again. When I take control next time, it will be permanent. Mark my words, Zixi. And have a good night. And then he just, whoosh, and he's out. So, you're sitting there with Thurai.
Oh, sorry. As you were saying.
That's you, Thurai.
I already spoke last, where I said, so you must be the other person. So you must be the one they call Zixi.
Yeah, and I said,
your other. So, if he is not prideful, then what would you call it?
I would call him well-informed.
The two go hand in hand, my friend. You may not see it yet, but over time, the more that one gains in strength or knowledge or whatever they seek, the more pride one gains without necessarily realizing it. It is a curse and blessing at the same time.
Over these past few days, I have felt the imprisonment of my master. And as I tell you to watch your tone and how you speak of people, is because I'm sure he's watching now, as I was for the past few days. So just be wary of how you speak of him to me.
So this is not mutual. You do not wish to be in the cage, as it were. There is just I want to take control, and you get put back?
Not so much. I'm sure he didn't want this out. But times have changed and things have happened, and this is how we ended up, so we have to coincide for the time being. It's not so much as a prison as it is sharing a body. We don't have a choice. He doesn't, and neither do I. So we need to fix that.
I see.
So, do either of you guys want to do anything while you are watching over the party as we go from the transition of midnight into like pre-dawn light?
Yeah, as I'm talking about this, I'm kind of, can I do, I don't know if it would be like a perception. I want to try to find like, I don't know, like something I could use as like a wand or something like that.
Oh yeah.
Like a magic focus?
No, just it could be literally anything.
So, question about that. Would you like to fashion it out of something? Would you like to like use something that you already have in your possession? If you just want to find any old random old piece of wood, there's tons of splintered wood in this place because this place is fucking destroyed. There's no blood, but this place has been, all of the windows have been shattered out. All of the furniture and whatnot has been destroyed to one degree or another. This looks like those videos of like the fucking Russian slums that are all like evacuated and shit. Like, looks fucked up in here.
So I'd want to use like my wood carver's tools, like, and just find a piece of wood, and I'm just gonna sit there and like fashion it into like a wand, so to speak.
Okay. Yeah.
But just like find like the sturdiest piece of wood that I can. I don't like not something.
Bro, you can find like a bedpost if you wanted to fucking hack off a piece of bedpost, like, you know, like, you know those what are they called, like a lathe? You know how like they start with like a square piece of wood and then you just watch it, right? Like you could find like a chunk of like solid, I don't know, oak, cedar, pine, maple, whatever the like local shit is. Like there's a bunch of wooden stuff in here. This was all hand carved by whoever lived here previous. So yeah, it wouldn't take anything at all for you to just find a piece that's like roughly wand shaped, and then for you to just start like whittling it down and whatnot. Sure. So do you want that to like take the whole like rest of this rest and stuff, or?
Yeah.
Okay. And then Thurai, what about you, man? Are you like, I don't know, fucking, you bathing, or are you like reading your Bible, or are you anything that you're doing, or are you just kind of like sitting there pondering?
Is it just only the door into the house, or is there like windows?
Windows are all shattered out, but like all of the ones that there were in this house are shattered, and they've been like broken out of. The door, I'm going to assume that Deus closed the door behind him when he came in.
Yeah.
Did you want to like patrol or anything like that, or? Why do you ask? Is what I'm getting at. Sorry.
Because more or less, the Rise thinking like, what are the entry points? Like, where can we herd them down if something comes along?
Right.
How can I, with the limited resource I have, if these guys won't get up, how can I defend the party without needing them up?
Okay.
If worse comes to worse, kind of thing.
Right.
So. If all the how many windows are in the house right now?
So you've got like 1, maybe 2 in the common room that you're at. The other 2 sections of the house are actually like a doored off. One is like saloon double doors to the kitchen. The other one on your opposite end is like a full door that it works. You can close that door. The window that's on the outside or that's inside of it is one window through like the full door that can close. And then there's a couple of windows through the kitchen area over there. And then there's no windows by the front door. There's windows on the opposite side of this common area, which is like an L shape. So you're sitting in technically the most exposed spot of the house right now.
Yeah. Then Thurai would just eventually set his hammer down on his left side, and just stare at the door.
Okay.
While contemplating like, what the fuck happened to the moon?
Right.
Because that's some crazy
Right. All right. So then, yeah. So you guys are there doing that. Just the sounds of like the flat blade scrape against wood as Zixi just as he starts like fashioning a wand, and then as the sun crests up over the horizon, wand completed. Everybody can go ahead and give themselves the long rest to recoup the hit dice that you guys what is it, like half the hit dice that you guys expended or whatever. All of your long rest stuff comes back, your spells and all that stuff, all of the benefits of said long rest. Kexi, however, is still asleep and not breathing.
So I have a quick question.
Yes.
The reason why I wanted to do that is because I wanted to create an arcane firearm.
Yes.
Do I need to equip that in any way or make a custom item?
I believe that is going to, yes, you'll need, I think you'll need to make a custom item. It's basically like, you could probably just add arcane focus, because I believe it acts as your arcane focus. And when you cast spells that damage, or that, that whole thing. But you should be able to add an arcane focus to your inventory, and then you can customize the title of like blasting wand or whatever you want to call it. Or arcane firearm. It's in my head. It's like it's like a pistol, but you can put it into like a rifle thing because it's an arcane firearm. So I imagine it's like that fucking what are those called? Like the attachment for pistols to turn them into fucking SMGs. What is that?
Yeah. Well, they're
or machine. You know those ones.
Yeah.
Like that's,
I have one.
I just assume that's just. It's a little wand, and then he goes, "Yeah, set it in there because it's a firearm." I'm in love with the notion of a magic gun. But so you guys all awake right around the same time. Prepare your spells if you're going to prepare the spells. If you haven't already, you guys all start donning your various armors and whatnot. And eventually, you guys would realize that Kexi used to be snoring. She is not snoring now.
I'm gonna go and try and check her pulse.
Yeah.
As you,
I'm like getting a little present ready of the battle axe, and I'm like finding a seed to like put on it, and then a little note that says, "I think this would be better than your current equipment."
Right.
And then druid crafting the little seed and then setting it down. Then I see that like see or hear that it's like, okay, something's wrong. That same like dead silence,
right,
with other people like moving around and stuff. I'm like, help! And I have to prepare my spells with it.
As you guys run over there, you notice that her face is turning blue. She is cold to the touch, and she's not responding to anything. Let's take a break. Let you guys catch up with the long rest stuff. I highly recommend that you prepare your spells. keep in mind, you can go ahead and prepare your spells knowing that this is happening to Kexi right now. If there's any spells that you guys wanted to attempt or anything that you guys wanted to attempt, think about it. And then we'll check back in just a few minutes, all right? Penis. Okay, so let's... It
is also Stan Marsh's favorite
part as well. Let's drop back in. So... When last we left our party, you guys were enjoying the benefits of a long rest, only to find out that Kekesi was, as far as anyone could tell with a cursory glance, dead. She was blue, she was cold, she wasn't breathing. Let us start with a little bit, let's do an initiative roll, because I assume everybody wants to try something, unless there's anybody that doesn't want to be a part of it. Does anybody just want to be a bystander and not actually, like, attempt anything? In that case, let's go ahead and roll initiative, and then that way we can see who's going to do what, just so that way I can organize, like, what the fuck is going to happen. Damn, I should have had that be for combat with those fucking low-ass rolls. Okay. Kaoken, you got initiative for 18. Deucey, 4. Zixi, 9th. Are you doing anything, or are you like, man, you guys were mean to me?
I wrote initiative.
Oh, 13. Wait, what? Why does it say initiative check, and then initiative roll on yours?
I have no idea.
That's really
why
weird.
There says initiative check.
All right, cool. So, Kaoken, what you got, man?
I'm like holding this battle axe from Gorguts.
Yeah, Gorguts.
Yeah. And I'm like putting a little mound of dirt and then druid crafting like a sunflower on it from a seed, and with a little note that's like pasted to the sides, like this might suit you better.
Right.
And I'm seeing this. I'm seeing the coloration, and I'm going into like that dad panic that just happens all the time.
Yeah.
And really like
when your kid chokes on nuggets. Yeah.
And I like kind of cradle her in my arms, and I'm putting my hand like kind of like on her clavicle, and then like reaching out with like the arm that her head is resting on, and I'm yelling for Zixi, like, I need that diamond now, like immediately, just screaming, like,
okay. Then next,
and I'm like trying to cast the spell, even though I know I can't do it. But like,
right, you're getting
to like hold her on.
You're getting ready. You're getting ready to cast this. If you had like, spare the dying or something would be the thing to do. But
I don't have anything.
So you are. It sounds like you are readying to cast Revivify as soon as you get the material component. You are going to right,
or the gold. Or if I can sacrifice my own items up, like if I can burn my entire inventory to cast Revivify, I would do it.
That is a tempting offer. But we'll get there. Okay. Sarai.
Yep.
You see this happening. You see Kaoken dive down, begin... Not really like a resuscitation. He looks like he's going into spellcasting immediately. What is it that you would like to do?
Since the Rai is a medical professional, he's going to look and see if she's choking on anything, remove the obstruction if there is anything there, and then begin CPR.
So maybe
that might work.
So you're going to come around the other side of her, open her mouth, look down.
Yeah. So I imagine Kaoken's like. Not holding on the lower half, because that sounds dirty, but like
he's holding her chest. He's holding her chest right now. Or he's
propped up on the bed.
Exactly. So if the Rai is going to come around the other side and be like, "All right, start investigating."
Yeah, give me a medicine check.
Exactly.
Eiffel Tower, high five.
Oh fuck! When she sees this, so
you're gonna die, and I had nothing to do with it.
You tilt the head back, open her mouth, look straight down the esophagus, no obstruction. You continue your medicine check to make sure. Like, okay, what is happening, right? She's blue.
I'm now checking through the other symptoms.
She has no circulation going on right now. You, with a 21, can feel the faintest heartbeat. It's irregular, it's weak, and it is weakening as you touch it. This is over, like, not quite like a minute or anything like that, but this is over, like, several seconds. Right, because you can't just get a pulse or whatever. You like this is you doing the things that you do, and you're like, okay, wait a minute, and you feel the slightest. Do you want to take an action? Do you want to do bunny or anything?
I'm trying to see right now if I have. I don't do.
All right.
I'm going to use Channel Divinity.
How? You have 2 abilities, 3 abilities, I believe, maybe even 4 abilities of Channel Divinity.
It is called Preserve Life. I can restore 40 HP.
How many HP do you want to restore?
I want to restore 10 hit points, and I want it to look like as he's like feeling the heartbeat, the faint heartbeat, he's going to start massaging that as his other hand is massaging God, this is going to sound really bad.
Just fucking
He's going to start massaging where her heart would be.
Right. You're getting movement. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
whoa.
You do that.
He's up.
She doesn't nothing like that.
Is the heartbeat getting any stronger?
Nope. It's still weakening with time. What you got?
This is nothing I have seen before.
Next up, Zixi.
We need a diamond now!
Zixi. Keoki was just screaming at you. We need a diamond now. You see everybody is jumping into action nearly at the same time. You watch as Thurai walks, like runs up, drops down, checks her, and then you see him like use magic. Bright light, like where he's massaging the heart, it almost looks like what you would cartoonishly imagine an AED shock, just right, like a flash of light comes out as he's like doing this whole thing, and nothing. So,
all right.
Real quick, give me an investigation check. You're going to put some dots together here. So, physically, Thurai has proclaimed that there's no obstruction. He even healed her using magic. Nothing has changed. So if his divinely appropriated spells did not work, and physically he can't find anything wrong with her, what would you like to do? Clock's ticking. Kexi's dying.
If I don't get the spell slot, I still burn the spell slot. I mean, if I don't get the diamond, I still burn the.
You can't cast the spell if you don't have the material component that consumes it.
You're right. You're right. I'm trying to burn my spell slot.
I know. Come on.
Okay. So I would want to cast Identify on her.
You want to cast Identify?
Yeah, because so here's my thinking is like I don't know if like maybe she's affected by magic.
Right. And the spell for that would be
what? Identify?
The spell for that would be Detect Magic.
Oh.
Would you like to cast Detect Magic?
I don't have it.
Oof. It is a ritual that takes 10 minutes.
Okay. Well, yeah, I don't even have it. So if that's the case, then I would just.
Do you prepare spells for the day? I mean, don't do it now, but
he prepares his spells, but he's also a ritual caster, which means that he can ritual cast detect magic, which I think you do have. It's a level 1 spell. It's usually just above identify in your list.
Yeah.
Would you like to ritual cast detect magic?
I mean, if I could.
Maybe he changed when he changes spells.
10 minutes.
Okay.
He took that off.
Well,
right, and then as I do that, like, can I use my bonus action to hand Kaioken that? Because if it is taking 10 minutes, like, he could try his while I'm casting that.
So you start. You hand Kaioken the diamond. Kaioken, that procs you going to cast Revivify. Unfortunately, don't mark that spell slot off, as it does not equate to a 300 gold piece diamond.
Damn it. Does with my 20 gold, does it?
You just take the sides of the diamond.
Here. Now, I'll tell you this much. You might be able to find an alchemist to turn gold into diamonds. But as of right now, gold does not equate.
Fuck.
So, that is the held action of Kaioken. You can't burn the spell slot because you don't have the material component. So, Zixi, you begin ritual casting Detect Magic Deus.
I cast Detect Magic.
All right. What do you say? What is the words that he uses for the verbal component?
Show me.
As Deus goes, show me. You see this fucking spotlight come out, and as you're like going over, instantly, Deus, you recognize something immediately. Something that you've seen twice now. You see, around Kexi's neck is a barbed wire tattoo that comes around her neck, and you see this time it lifts off and trails out the window, and it's like dissolves as it does that.
She has a tattoo on her neck of barbed wire.
You would know that this is it's magical, right? It's not with your regular eyesight. This is a magical effect that is happening. It looks like it is tattooed around her neck, and then the tattoo itself looks like it lifts off.
Well, get rid of it!
I just like how you repeated what you said.
Surface level. It's perfect.
Okay. I don't have Dispel Magic.
I don't either.
All right. So, that's your action. You got a bonus?
I can try Restoration. Blinded, deafened, paralyzed, or poisoned, but I don't think she's poisoned. It looks like an actual spell.
Quick question. From Deus's perspective, does he see Kexi as a friend? She's held a blade against him like twice.
He didn't like her. She's better now.
How so?
She's left him alone. Because that was the issue he had, is she just kept getting on him, but she hasn't done that anymore, so. And she also didn't fight his friend, Brenna, so he kind of feels like he owes her, because she could have.
Okay.
Like she could have put him in the exact situation that she put him in with the other guy that you can't remember.
Right. With the other party member.
Yeah.
The effluent
she's
party member.
She's done something like that before, and I expected
the one
nothing
who cannot
from
be
her.
named.
Right.
But she didn't do it this time when she could have. So like we're okay.
Okay.
If she would have done it again, then yeah.
Gotcha. Well, is there any bonus action you have that you can think of?
Can I, with my Detect Magic, trying to learn anything else, like what exactly the spell is, or I'm just seeing like what color is this I'm seeing.
So this is black, which isn't exactly a. It's not a school
like a
aura.
Curse?
Maybe. Very interesting. Detect magic, I don't think would tell you if it was a curse.
I think, like he words it.
Right.
I think she's cursed.
Hmm.
Does anyone have anything that can fight a curse? And if we don't, I suggest we just keep pumping her full of life until maybe the spell ends.
All right, that's the end of Deus. He dies. No kidding. Okay, so back up to the top with Kaioken. 18. So you attempt to revivify. Nothing. You don't have the material component.
Then I would do a second level cure wounds. Because there's nothing else I don't have any of the other stuff, but if he says if we keep sustaining her, kind of makes sense. If she's cursed and something's killing her, then maybe if we can keep bringing her back,
outlast the dot. So
right.
to speak.
Right.
So second level spell slot for cure wounds.
Okay.
12 hit points.
Oof. With the space guppy dice. Nice. All right.
Is that what those are?
Yeah.
It didn't.
So you do that. That happens.
Yep.
Excellent. Did you have a bonus action that you wanted to attempt? Can you do anything with a bonus action that might help?
If we can do 2 spells, then I would do a healing word also at second level. But it's 2 spells is not the thing. Right. Critical roll, not that this matters, but they do like if it's first level or below. But I think that they'd like earned that at some point.
That's weird.
But it's in the rules as written. You can only do a cantrip for a bonus action.
Well, you can only cast a spell as an action if the leveled spell was a bonus action.
Yes.
Right.
So if there was a healing word cantrip, then I could do that, but there's not.
No,
so
that doesn't exist. That'd be crazy. Okay.
Can I say another thought?
Sure.
Usually curses are items. Did anyone see her pick up a new item at all recently?
Kaioken's just, I need money. I need a diamond.
I'm fucking broke, man. Come on.
Because he would know that like what he needs to do this thing is he needs the money amount or gold.
Right.
I think, right? Are we doing that?
He would need a diamond.
Yeah.
Anthony kind of answered that.
We're not doing the gold substitute this time around.
Okay. Then no, that's his one track mind is I'm trying to revivify.
Right.
He doesn't have any other options.
Okay. So then next up, we are gonna send it right back over. Boy oh boy, 60.
So I can see it now since I did detect magic.
So I was gonna say you can stop casting it if you want after seeing or after Deus did it and then told everybody what it was. If you wanted to, you can drop it as a free action. It's not going to cost you the spell slot or anything like that.
Okay. So yeah, I'll drop it and then I would want to use the Spirit of Intellect and ask Absalon if he's ever seen anything like this.
Nice. That's actually really good.
Okay, make me an Arcana check at advantage.
Ooh, so glad I was at advantage. Thank you.
Holy fuck.
What a different spectrum.
Oh, boys, this is a real conundrum you find yourself in. Well, maybe the devil boy wants to try something. Maybe he has all of the tools that he needs, since he seems to know everything. Like how prideful I am. But that's okay. It's fine. I'm so happy. Well, if you must know, usually it's people like us, you know, the superior ones. We used to use a spell called Dispel Magic. It is a middle lower tier spell. But if you don't have that, the curse is a very interesting thing. Usually the curses are very particular, right? They are very how you say specific about how they attack and how they are removed. Generally, something like this would be applied in the deaths of another being who curses somebody. But usually, if left untreated, the only way to get rid of this curse is to kill that person. Because the curse will feed off of their life force, generally speaking. For most curses, broad spectrum, but this one could be anything. I haven't the slightest clue. It could be from an item, or it could be from a spell. It could be... Hell, I'm at a loss. I mean, the only things that I can think of would be... It could possibly be... a weave spell, but I don't know.
Can I follow where that thing was going outside?
If you want to.
Yeah, I
on your turn.
After that. Oh, okay.
So, is there anything that Zixi wants to do? I'll say that's a free skill action, or a free skill check.
That was the other thing, is when he was describing what it was. Did you Daze, did you say that it was leading outside?
Nope, it mocked me and I stopped talking.
Okay, so then I wouldn't know to check outside.
Right.
I was just... Huh?
I said right. This is how it goes.
So I wouldn't be able to do anything.
Okay, no action, no bonus, but you now understand a little bit more about curses. So, next up in the thing is Sarai. Would Zixi, would you say this out loud?
Yeah, I would. Okay. I would relay this information because I'm trying to figure this out to like help everybody, since
removing the curse.
Kaoken screaming at her,
right?
Giving it the Heimlich, and yeah.
Okay. Sarai, so you hear that this is a curse. Potentially. Likely. This is some sort of curse. Anything you want to do as you feel the heartbeat almost non-existent?
Do I see the tattoo that Deus mentioned?
No, you wouldn't see it unless you cast Detect Magic. It's invisible to the naked eye, but under a magical inspection, you could see this.
Got it.
Barbed noose, if you will.
Is she unconscious at already at 0 hit points?
She's unconscious, she's not breathing, and her heartbeat is failing. You don't know how many hit points she has. You just know her vitals are weak. You would also notice that her hands are starting to clench up.
I was having a leg cramp in the morning, so it's the worst.
Yeah, they're killers. You're muted, bud.
She starts floating like from Stranger Things and
God damn it. You say fuck me like a unicorn?
No.
If I could make a deal
if I could make a deal with God.
Oh, yeah.
Swap our places.
It's because your mic was like, nah, we're gonna stop that now. Sarai, what do you got, man?
Don't do that.
So this is not poison.
Her fuck, she's dead.
I mean, your death ward's pretty great. She does die.
What?
You're not holding the other right button.
Well, I mean,
I'm going to cast Death Ward on her because since we don't know that the Tactoo is being tethered outside.
Right.
Thurai has no idea except for there's supposedly a Tactoo around her neck, and Thurai can't see it right now.
Okay.
So Thurai is going to go,
you will not die on me yet. You are too young.
I'm sorry, dude. Oh, no, that's a medicine check. Never mind. Okay. So, you cast that on, you cast Death Ward. What does Death Ward sound like again? Sorry.
You touch a creature and granted measure protection from death.
What do you say? Sorry,
yeah,
like the verbal component. What do you say? Right.
That's what I say.
That's I couldn't hear it. What was it that you said?
You cannot die on me yet. You are still young.
All right. As you do that, what does it look like? Right? Like, is it like is she outlined in a glow and all that shit, or is it like?
I think it would just be like, for a brief moment, there would be like a flash of white around her that like blinked and then would dissipate until she goes down to 0 hit points, and then it would blink again like a shield going off, like an energy shield going off.
All right.
As it protects her from death.
That's what you do. Next up on the list, Zixi. What's up, man?
Oh no, I already went.
Thurai, and then
you had Zixi go before me.
Oh, I'm sorry, dude. I'm super sorry.
Well, then
no, I kind of figured that you were.
Is it me?
Yeah, you're up.
The curse leads somewhere outside as he jumps out the window and sees if he can follow it.
So you're still under the effects of the detect magic. You do see it trail off probably about 10-15 feet, and then as you're following this line, at the end of this barbed wire, you would see this almost like a spectral hand. Just it would be like holding on to it like this so as not to get poked by it, and you would see it start pulling back.
Instantly, can I try casting Lunar Explosion on the hand?
You can, and then when you do cast it, it's not a target, right? Like it can't be targeted by this. This is part of the effect. As you see this hand, give me a perception check. As you go to make the attempt to as you go to make the attempt to cast your spell at it to stop it, you would notice on the back of this hand, you would notice a trident symbol. Almost looks like it has been branded on the back of the hand. It looks like the Maserati symbol, which, given your recent history, you would know is a Black Veil hand. That being said, is there any other bonus action or anything that you want to do?
Shout for Brenna.
Right.
Brenna, do you smell any other people around us? There's something like maybe they're close by, you know?
Okay. Yeah.
Brenna, you smell
what the Rock is cooking. All right. So
I got lucky with that perception. My perception is good. I'm just guessing he could find people better than I can find people.
Who knows? We'll find out. But that's your action. That's your. We'll say that could be a bonus for you to call out to the old boy. And I'm gonna skip ahead. That is the end of that. Kaioken, my man.
No, I am going to continue pumping life essence into her.
Hold on.
Because okay.
Hold on. We get. This is now like roughly about 20 seconds of her fading fast.
12 seconds.
12.
No, this would be the start of the next 12 seconds. Or
the next 6 seconds. Yeah. So about 20 seconds have passed.
Okay.
Let's split some hairs as we exit out of this. No, as we exit out of this initiative, right? Okay. You would see Kexi as she's starting to, and you would hear the of her death rattle.
Yeah.
As she dies. Blinding light as the death ward brings her back up to 1, and you hear
good thinking.
Deus outside, you would actually hear, it sounds like really fine glass, you know, as you see the barbed wire break as it flutters away, and the hand and fades. She is unconscious. She is breathing as she comes back to 1 HP.
And do I feel her pulse right now getting much better?
It's about as weak as you would assume somebody who is this close to the brink of death is, as she's not dying anymore, but she is not okay.
She's dead to me.
You say she's dead to me?
I would do a first level cure wounds.
Okay,
but it looks like a third.
Right. So you hit her with that old cure wounds.
Yeah. Same sort of.
Good thinking. I believe we'll call that a success on saving Kexy's life.
7 hit points. So she's at 8.
All right. So you guys got an unconscious satyr woman. You got a dead Zinch outside, probably. You've got your party has just shit, that was a close call. It is the morning of the next day. What do you guys want to do?
Kaoken looks around to Thrai and Zixi and Deus, who has exited out of the building.
Probably making his way back at this point.
Yeah, maybe. And just like, what in the fuck was that?
As Deus comes through the front door.
So to me and Brenna, I guess we found no one.
Yeah, Brenna would. Sorry, boss. I was sleeping. I didn't see anybody. I looked left. I looked right. No one. With my one eye.
Yeah, if you couldn't find anyone.
As he pulls his trousers back up.
My great club got
dirty. Hold on. What is Dave saying in response?
What?
What were you going to say?
I said if you didn't find anyone, I wouldn't have.
All right. What was going on? What was all the ruckus about?
That Winter Court girl found herself cursed with
your Winter Court.
He's Autumn.
Yeah, that's
she's Summer.
That Summer Court girl got cursed. Some type of death curse, it looked like.
Well, I'd be lying if I said that I was 100% sorry about it.
Yeah.
It seems as though I can't get past my inherent prejudices as of right now, but them's the breaks.
It's all you could ask for you.
So.
Well, I'm gonna head back inside and see what's going on.
All right. I'll keep an eye out here. Make sure the horses don't get away. Make sure no one comes in. You go to boss. All right. So, Deus, you re-enter. The scene is looking as though it's calming down a bit. To right, she's stable. You see Kaoken pump some more healing juice. And Zixi, you'd be watching this too. Absalom will go, that was pretty clever from the demon boy, I have to say. Kudos to him for realizing that that Deathward spell came in pretty. What is it that the kid says? It comes in clutch. Good job. I still hate him, and I hope that he dies. But he's also not. Absalom is not like making himself physically viewable to you at this point. He's just receded to being a voice in your head. By the way, Normally he'd be like walking around poking at things that weren't there, but this time he's like, nah. Oh, all right, boys. What do we got here? Thurai, I assume you're telling everybody that she's stable with your medical expertise.
Yeah, I'm going to be making sure that her condition is still stable. Her pulses from like I'm going to be making sure all the circulation points are getting the same heartbeat, same beats per minute and everything, that is a stable thing. Like the usual checkup stuff when someone's passed away kind of thing, or when someone's been brought back to life. Like this is just standard procedure at this point for him.
Okay. So crises averted. What does the party want to do at this point? What are you guys what are you guys talking about? Deus, you walk into the hut, you see all this stuff. Kaioken, what are you doing as Deus walks in here? Thurai would tell you what he tells you. Kaioken was the next closest person. Was he doing anything in particular, or?
I would be just getting things ready to go, and if anyone would, I don't know, ask, I'm like, we need to get moving now. No one can remove this. Something's gonna kill her again. We need to go.
Okay. And then so Deus, you would I was gonna say, Deus, you would walk in on this conversation if there's anything that you wanted to add or interject or anything, because you are in the unique position of being the only person to actually witness what happened in the interim.
I probably shouldn't have said that, because Kaioken wouldn't know what the fuck's going on. So.
Well, yeah, you would know that the death word procced, because I assume that Thurai would have like communicated that to you guys of what.
I mean, yeah,
right. Whatever he did, she died and then was okay, or at the very least, it prevented her from actually fully expiring to the point at which would be a thing. And so you would know that like I said, crises averted. As Deus comes in, is there anything that you are saying to the rest of the group, or are you just keeping it to yourself?
So he's gonna say that the spell chain, he's gonna say what it looks like, that it broke so and so long ago. So he's gonna say it broke exactly when they would know she died.
Right.
Also, he's gonna stop for a sec and tell them it was the Black Veil. As he's gonna, like, kind of with prestidigitation, or no, minor illusion, he creates exactly what the hand looked like.
Right.
And like as the 3D image, he kind of spins it around, so you can see the Black Veil symbol on this on its back.
So you guys would see this spectral hand, semi like translucent, holding very delicately a barbed wire that ends where the spell effect ends. And as he kind of rotates it, you would look and you would see this hand with a brand of the Black Veil imprint on it.
Can anyone think of why they want specifically her to die? Have any of you had dealings with them before?
That was going to be my question to you. Black Veil is not, as far as the modus operandi I have seen them, it has never been subtlety. Not necessarily. But unless you have specifically annoyed them somehow, I don't see why they would go after one of us. I would say keep on guard. They might be ready to target more of us. I think.
How did they target her? To target someone with a curse, you need items of theirs? Something. You can't just curse people.
That is why I say we need to be on watch. For now, I say this. Let's load her up in the back of the cart like she is dead body. If you want to put on acting face and sound like you are sad by her passing, fine. Until we get to Karan, no one must know that she is alive unless she is waking up. I think would be the best.
Me and Brenna couldn't find anyone anywhere close to this place.
It could have been... I mean, if what you are saying is true, the spell effect happened and then it disappeared. This sounds like less of someone being in control at the moment and more so putting down, if this happens, this happens.
So, Kaoken, Zixi, you guys want to add anything to this?
Everyone would see Kaoken standing next to the bed that Kexi is laying on, and he is looking very upset, like just beyond pissed. And what you guys have seen with Kaoken do his rage is that you've started to see like black veins start whenever he goes into a rage, and he's at that point where it's at the cusp where he is hearing this information that the Black Veil has done something, and he's just under his breath, not again, not another one. Like, just like we need to fucking go now. We need to get this curse off of her. I'm not talking anymore. We're going.
The curse.
We're gonna find her.
I don't think
you know that. I don't think either of you know that. Someone's targeting her. So we need to go find them. Yeah.
I'm not saying they can't curse her again.
If they did it once, they can do it again.
Yeah,
that is why I am.
That.
Yeah. So we need to go and fix it.
Okay, we just need to find someone who can move curses.
All right.
Wait, is your detect magic still going or no?
It only goes for a minute.
But I saw it. I saw it shred apart.
Yeah, when you came back in the room though, was it still active or no? Would have it dissipated
no,
by then?
Because he ran around and talked to what do you call it? Brenna. Big boy Brenna.
Got it.
Zixi, anything you wanted to add or no? It's fine if you don't.
Yeah, hearing what Absalon said as well too, I would just say to the group, like, we need to look through her things and put anything that she owns from the Black Veil into the bag of holding. Because it could be an item that cursed her.
All right. Going through her stuff. I'm assuming that you're gonna start going through her inventory.
Yeah.
I mean, so she's already undressed. So through the backpack. If she's already like not wearing her armor and stuff, I'm gonna pick her up and go load her onto the cart.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna be with her on the cart.
Okay. There is nothing there that was given to her or that she picked up that, at least in her inventory on her character sheet, that was from the Black Veil or anything that has anything to do with that. So, Kaoken picks up Kexi, moves out, puts her next to Zinch on the old cart. The old cartaroony. The rest of you guys inside? Anything you guys want to do inside? Deus, Thurai, Zixi, you guys are still inside of the house. Did you guys want to exit?
Putting out the fire so it doesn't look like they're gonna put out the fire so it looks like we weren't there.
Okay.
Make sure that there's no belongings of his that are out and about, and then just go to the cart.
Scrub the place.
It's time to leave.
Make sure. Deus, you?
Just gonna get the horses ready.
Okay.
The carriage.
Yep.
With Brenna.
Steeds are out there. Everything is ready. You guys are gonna yee your ha. As we all begin to pull out. Okay. I assume you guys are heading back to Karan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well then.
I would assume that there's someone there that could help us.
I think you might be onto something there, my friend. So, as you all begin traveling, it is morning time. Hiya! It is morning time. You are leaving Ashbrook, heading back south. I would like for somebody to roll me a 2d6 as you guys begin traveling the day.
I can do it. 2d6, you said?
2d6.
The best roller. Go.
Kale can also make me a survival check.
Right.
All right. And then as we're doing the survival check,
can I do the survival check at a disadvantage since I'm caring for Kexi? Like I'm actively like
focusing all of your attention and effort on her.
On not her jostling around.
Right. Yeah, go for it. In fact, with this survival check,
23.
Jesus Christ. With this survival check, we'll say that you even remember hay, literally hay. You grab a bunch of hay to make a little bit of a bed on the back to kind of pad the jostling.
Nice.
Nice. So you've got there's a big mound of hay that Deus and Brenna.
Yep. And I'm like, oh, that would be good if we. I remember Kyle saying something about that. Well, like
to Brenna to make a bed.
That and he's like, oh, food, and then he's like, yeah, bed. So
right.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're like, oh hey, is amazing for padding. You line the back for both bodies, even because you don't really want to jostle anything around too much. But you do that, you get that far, and it definitely helps. Just so you're aware, this cart's kind of like a trailer, right? Like a trailer with a hitch or whatever. But it has walls on the side, so you don't have to worry about her rolling sideways or anything like that. It just doesn't have a back. So, Jesus Christ. I don't like that I have to readjust every single fucking thing.
I thought that there was like a master volume.
Yeah, there is on the playlist itself. Or not on the playlist itself, on the each individual. Anyways,
well, if you tell us what to adjust to, we can set our audio limit to that, and then you can keep the static medium.
Gotcha. Well, I have it like near the lowest, mainly also because like I don't know how high it is for you guys, but I know how high it is coming into here because I monitor it so that way the stream also isn't deafened by it. But
we'll figure it out later.
Adjust it to your comfort level or whatever. So you guys begin heading south. You travel for like a little bit of time, not very much, like around an hour or so, maybe 2 tops. You get back to that fork in the road. To take a left is east and to take a right is west. I assume you all are heading to the east towards Karan.
Yeah.
All right. Are you guys going to want to follow the coastline or nah?
I would say yes.
Because basically, you want to go more north or more south?
Same amount of time, but it's up to the drivers. I would think. I'm not doing anything. I'm
all right.
Purely on Kexi. Like I'm.
So if we are looking at the map, right where you guys are at, would you like to go S17 or U17, drivers?
Let's go for U17.
What say you, Kyle?
U17.
All right. Boom.
Babies have been born. No,
you guys get to about a day's worth of travel. You end the day. I assume pulling off to one of the rock campsites that you guys see. Again, every time you guys do this, the only thing that you guys are seeing in this current area is those massive boulders that every once in a while will be just aside the road. And there's a little patch of road that pulls off. Boom, campsite, and then you guys do your thing and go. Unless you guys want to try to create a different thing. That's the only like spot that would give you guys any housing or shelter. It is also clear, Kaoken, I assume you would be doing the Druidcraft for the next 24 hours or whatever.
Yeah, right? Just see what the weather is while we're driving or traveling, and yeah.
Excelente. So clear again for the next 24 hours. It's going to be, you know, those like really super high clouds of like, you know, high pressure clouds or whatever. They're like really wispy. Basically no cloud coverage. It's a nice like warmer day. There is still that slight breeze coming off of the sea, but other than that, you're fine. So I'm going to need one of y'all to give me another 2d6 for your next day's adventuring. Who gonna do it? I can
do it.
Also, everybody give yourselves inspiration for the RP sessions that you guys have done so far.
Nice.
And then Ricky, go ahead and roll me that 2d6 on an 11 or 12. It's gonna get interesting. Thank God. So, you guys, I assume you're not wanting to stop off anywhere and do anything, right? Ration Master, what say you? Are people going to be starving to death here any moment now, or
nope?
You have traveled 2 days without food at this point.
Oh fuck! I didn't cook like I wanted to in the morning because that stuff happened.
Right. So, either Kaioken can burn a spell slot.
I don't have it prepared.
So, I don't know what rations you guys have. Food wise, I assume that everybody is okay for 2 days. As far as your Constitution modifier, but Ration Master, it is up to you to tell them. So
I do still have rations.
Oh, there you go. How many you got?
I have 1 day of rations as well that I do not eat. So.
It just says 1 day of ration.
But how many? If you could look at the quantity next to it, it might give you a quantity.
It says I have 5.
So you have 5 rations,
which makes sense because you don't eat. So
right. If Zixi wants to have parsed out the previous day and this one for food wise,
well, we ate yesterday.
We're getting to the end of the second day here. That's what
we're on the second day.
Yeah, okay. the end of the second day of travel. Sorry. Yes. So you guys traveled an entire day from leaving. You traveled the rest of that day, and now you're on the second day of traveling, which is Zixi's 2d6. So for every day of travel, you're moving a hex, and I was just about to ask you guys about the next hex that you wanted to go to.
So we are on day 9.
Excellent. So would y'all like to go to T18 or V18 and then rectify the rations? But the Ration Master's on his way back here right now.
If we have rested at all, could I do one just I want to look at the meat that I have.
Right.
And maybe a quick check at Jelly Belly in the bottle if he's still really big, and then smell the meat that I have, because it's now at this point.
Yeah.
Before the 2 day skip, it's 4 days old.
Crab legs are fucked.
Yeah.
They're
okay.
100% bad. Like, deflated football. 100% bad. The salted meat is sketch.
I don't have that.
What do you have?
Else.
You have troll meat?
I have the troll and sketch. The skin. Okay.
Be like,
yeah.
You might get away with it, but like it's got some
that like pork smell.
Yeah.
That, like, yeah, it's the worst smelling.
Yeah, it's got that.
Pork always stinks.
It does.
And so like when it's like a day old, it's like
so you got bad blood. But if I assume that you're probably not going to want to keep that shit.
No, I would be if there's time in the travel, like just fucking throwing it out.
The first night, like you guys will have plenty of time to do that. Also, if there's any RPing that you guys wanted to do in this, I was figuring you guys are kind of like, we need to not like dilly-dally so much to get to Karen. It's up to you.
I got the foods.
Okay, so Ration Master, who's about to die?
I have 2 rations. There is 2. Kaioken is 1. Kexi has 2. Zixi has 3. We all got new water. I can go 4 days without food. There I can go 5 days without food. Kaioken can go 7 days without food. Kexi can go 4 days without food. So none of us are about to die.
It sounds like everybody's got rations. Kexi's also still unconscious. But it sounds like everybody's got rations, according to Ration Master.
Days, you said, right?
It's been 2 days, so does everybody have enough to burn too?
Yeah, so everyone is now out besides Zixes. And everyone has only half a water skin left.
Don't count the Rye's rations. The Rye doesn't have to eat or drink.
Right.
Oh, okay, you don't?
Nope.
Then never mind.
No, so those 2 rations can be shared amongst you guys.
And I have 1 water skin and 5 rations.
None of which he needs.
Yeah.
So, burn what you need to in order for you guys to be sustained, because I assume you guys aren't going to like abstain from eating and drinking to do that whole thing. I assume it's going to be like okay, we need to eat, right? And spoon feed Kexi, you know, baby food or whatever.
Exactly if there's ever a point where
and we have 20 pounds of troll meat.
No, we don't anymore. I'm throwing that out as we travel, because it's like it's going bad at the like.
He's leaving a breadcrumb trail of.
Yeah, troll. pretty much. I'm just littering fucking meat, but yeah, that's it.
All right. So, now that the rations and everything have been updated, Kyle, you can give yourself one more use of your player job, which is the 25% bonus to magical effect. For food. You said we're on day 9 now? At the end of the second day?
At the end of the second day, if we took 2 days, we're on 7, 8, 9. Yeah.
All right. So T18 or V18? One of you boys. You guys want to stick to the thing, or you want to go more towards the north?
I'd say we just keep sticking to the.
So to the water.
No, let's go a little bit. Yeah.
Okay. V18. What's up?
Kaoken remember this area at all, as far as like the spectacle that he might remember of the Kraken mating?
So this wasn't actually where that happened. That was all the way at the very south end. That was when you guys were traveling from the eastern side of the Elvish ruins as they are now. You were traveling along the southern coast. And that was where you guys saw the revolting compulsion.
Yeah, it was just like tentacles slapping. It looked like they were fighting.
The Kraken ritual, yeah. So, but you guys do get a nice view of the cliffside. What you guys are at is you guys are on some like really sheer cliffs, like flatlands, and then like the end of the plateau, right? Like, you know, like New Zealand, where they have all like the pufferfish and everything like that, like, or not the pufferfish, the puffins and whatnot. How they always show in like nature documentaries where it's like all of this jagged rocky cliffs and then just goes straight over to like grass and flatlands. That you're there as the elevation is climbed and you're not actually at the sea level anymore. And you have this awesome view of the ocean all the way out to the south, and you can make out a massive citadel of a lighthouse. This is not like a regular lighthouse that you would imagine. This thing is so far off of your radar, but it is still so huge that just how big it is to your vision, it's got to be like gargantuan in size. Thurai, you would know that this is the place called Westar to the south. You wouldn't know much about it other than it is a research lab where experiments are done out in the ocean having to do with cooling and heating of something.
Could I ask Absalon about it once we see it?
Absalon would tell you he has no idea.
Okay.
But Thurai would reveal all that information to them, though.
I have never been there. I feel queasy about ocean travel.
When you were doing your ship ride to the north from the south by the Dragonlands, you passed by this spot, and they pretty much, that's what they told you. They were like, yeah, nah.
Yeah.
It's creepy. There's weird shit that happens around there all the time in the waters and everything, so we just started to stay away from it. But just an oddity to the south. So, third day of travel is going to happen, and I am going to need a 2d6 from, let's see, Josh did one, Ricky did one, Kyle. Dan or Kyle.
Feeling spicy, Kyle?
I roll?
Yep.
Yeah, you do it.
Ha-cha-cha-cha-cha.
Okay, so you don't get the encounter with Omega Weapon, but you do get the encounter with Ultima Weapon. There is something that you guys do see.
Day 10.
Day 3. Third day of the troubles. You approach, you can see in the at the horizon line, rapidly growing as you guys are making haste, you see the walls of Karan begin to approach your purview. So, one thing that you do see is that there is a point where the road kind of dips and gets a little closer to the cliffside, and as it does, who is riding? But Deus and Therai, both of you guys give me perception checks. Also, you guys can do your spells. If you guys want to take some time or whatever to swap spells, swap spit, whatever you want to do what you do. Let's take a peeky poo. 16 and a 20. Excellent. While you guys are preparing spells, because you would have done this at the beginning of the day, yada yada yada, you two see a very interesting sight. This road is like 15 feet wide, right? You see two people sitting on what look like log stumps. About 60 feet away from you, like 100 feet away from you as you guys like start approaching. There's two people sitting facing each other. Before we get to any like actionable distance, Dan, it looked like you wanted to say something.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay. So there we go. So I assume you guys just continue to drive, right? Or do you guys slow down? Or do you try to like speed up?
Nope.
It's an option too.
If anything, Kaoken's like pushing everyone to just like go, and he's very short and very abrupt with like, we don't have time. We need to go.
Deus and Therai, you guys are the ones holding the reins. Do you listen to the advice of Kaoken?
Yeah.
Or does
it's just straight go time. Therai knows that worst comes to worst, he can let Deus on there and start doing some damage with his spells.
What about Deus? Now, you have a certain respect for Kaoken, but now all of a sudden he's talking down to you and telling you what to do. How does Deus feel about it? Okay.
He's not liking it.
That son of a bitch is trying to judge me again.
Whoops, sorry.
Wait, who's talking down to Deus?
It was I was mentioning that he had mentioned about people giving orders to Deus, and him previously articulating that he doesn't like it. Mm-hmm. And so I'm like, is that an effect of right now as well, or not?
I mean, maybe you would see that Kaoken is upset, and that he had mentioned that I'm not going to let them take another one away from me back when Kexi like didn't die, and that he has been very concerned about her well-being. So when I'm saying this, it's not necessarily like, take it however Deus would, but you would see that Kaoken is upset for maybe a bigger reason. I don't know if that would be like an insight roll.
You might see the worry on his face.
Yeah, you would see that there's a bigger problem within his conflictions, and or maybe you would, but that he's driven right now. He's not talking. He's doing the thing, and then all right, let's go. All right, we're done peeing. Let's go. We're done eating. Let's go. Fix the problem. One track.
How does Deus feel? What's happening with Deus? Like, is he going to be like, whatever, or is he gonna like slow down?
No, he's gonna be like whatever. He's gonna listen to him,
Okay.
But he's just getting annoyed with them. In Deus' mind, like, okay, if it happens again, we know what to do.
Right.
Like, it's not as life-threatening to Deus. It's like, oh, like if we didn't have Farai,
yeah, then
he would be okay. I get it. Like, we need to go. She's gonna die. But
right.
He just saw, we just cast a spell and she's fine.
So
and he's just kind of thinking, he's kind of overacting. But he's not gonna.
Is she fine? She's not awake.
It's not a discussion, homie. I'm saying how my guy feels.
Okay.
So
yeah, go ahead.
So he's just kind of like, all right, let's go. Let's do this so that he stops freaking out.
Side note, if you guys haven't given yourself a long rest, so those of you who have cast spells, you get your spell slots back, and also you should know that you don't get all of your hit dice back for every long rest. So if you're giving yourself the 3 long rests, you should be back up to all of your things, because you guys have had what, 4 long rests now, 3 or 4 in the day's travel.
Like 2. I guess this would be 3. Yeah.
Right. So just so you guys, for resource management, I'm letting you know if you guys haven't been doing like the next long rest, anything like that. So Zixi.
Yes.
You know what's weird about these 2 people that you guys are approaching?
Huh.
One of them is wearing black robes, and one of them is wearing gold and white robes. Kind of like Arcane Eye and Black Veil. And they're sitting on logs. You see this as, they point this out as you begin to approach. They're sitting there facing each other in the middle of the road. Does Zixi say anything, or does he...
Who pointed it out to me?
Would have been the 2 guys at the front who were driving. We're like, oh, hey, there's people over there. And then Kaioken goes, no, keep going. But he's not looking ahead. He's focused on Kexi. He's just sort of like barking it back. We have to save Kexi and all that.
Can I do an investigation to see if I can see anything from the cart?
You could at disadvantage because you are approaching and it's bumpy.
Yeah. Okay.
What are you trying to investigate?
Just to see if I can see anything on their person that would give that away. Because like the other Black Veil, like they were wearing the emblems like around their neck, right?
Right.
So just seeing if there's any like symbolism, or if it's just a black cloak and a white gold cloak.
If you want to do it at disadvantage, only because you're about 100 feet away, and then you're looking for a tiny like a tiny amulet on 2 people who aren't facing towards you.
Yeah.
So yeah, go ahead and make that shit, baby.
Oh, yep, I already lost it. Damn it.
So with an 11, you see glints of metal, but nothing from this point.
So I would just relay to them, like, I didn't see any symbolism, but we should stay on guard.
So as
like,
you guys,
as we're traveling, like,
right.
She was afflicted by a curse, and we already know that symbol was the Black Veil, and then now we see these people, but they would be present in this city. Like, I'm sure they have a presence within like one of the largest cities in this world.
So, all of that to say, you're pointing out that you think that these are Black Veil people and or Arcane Eyes?
That they could be.
So Zixi says that.
They are, so.
And Thurai and Deus, you guys would also likewise, after recognizing, oh yeah, there's people in the road, you now recognize, oh, these people legit look like Black Veil and Arcane Eye members.
If any of you have symbolism, I would hide it. We do not want to get in the middle of this.
And Deus? They're sitting on stumps facing each other. But Deus,
and then the road like runs in the middle, or they're just off to the side?
No, they're in the middle of the main road. You could pass between them. You're not gonna you're not in danger of like running them over or anything like that. But
yeah.
Push me ahead, trample them down.
Yeah, right.
see this going good either way.
Okay.
Yes, if I were you. Would you rather attack or would you rather hold the reins?
Don't attack. Oh, you're saying as things happen?
If it comes to it, would you rather hop off and start attacking, or would you rather continue driving?
I mean, we should probably stop if it comes to it.
Speaking of which, so you guys aren't slowing down or stopping from about 100 feet away. As you guys approach, you dip into about the 70 to 60 foot range. And what you would notice around is this. You would see these like blast marks. Hiya and hiya. You would see these blast marks all over the place. You would see that they are both sitting down, just sort of like staring at each other, talking, doing that whole thing. As you guys approach, here is that Brenna is still holding onto his rock, by the way. But is there, you guys want to maintain your speed going through?
I would slow down.
Slow down slightly to show that we're like being considerate. We're not like, oh, like, there's danger. We'll get the fuck. Like, it's just we're trying to act like normal. Like right now, in Thariah's mind, this is act like a normal pedestrian. We're just
thinking about casting Pass Without a Trace to get past them.
That I don't know that would work.
Well,
because you're not sneaking,
not actively sneaking, yeah, and Brenna's running to keep up.
And also, you're in a cart with two horses that's going to be passing literally between two people. That's the only that's not that's like a no-win situation. But
it doesn't make sense. So never mind.
That being said, my dad says. So let's get back to this deal now. Whatever happens. And good luck, everyone else.
What time is it? Is it morning, afternoon?
This is like afternoon, late afternoon, right? This is towards the end of your guys' traveling day. You do see, like I said, you see Karan out in the horizon line. The massive walls of it are approaching, but you do see these two people sitting on these logs. As you guys get closer. The drivers and Zixi, I'm going to assume, unless you tell me otherwise, that Kaioken is not paying attention to what these guys are doing or anything about them.
So narratively, I am watching Kexi to see if she stops breathing again.
Right.
Because like I am under the speculation that she is going to die again. So I am trying to.
You're trying to
monitor.
Right. So you So like I said, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm assuming, unless you tell me I stop looking at Kexi and I do this, I'm going to assume that you are not giving a fuck about any of this, but you'll be like vaguely aware of any like things that are being said.
Yes.
Maybe. Okay. So, as you guys approach, drivers and Zixi, you guys would see that these guys are both like they're okay. One of them is this older balding man. This is the Black Veil guy, or the guy who's dressed in black robes. He's a Black Veil guy. It's very simple. It's very clear to see. He's a Black Veil like operative. He is an older bald man. He has this like pale, almost blue complexion, and he's really sweaty. Like his skin glistens even from this far distance. You can tell that his skin is glistening with like perspiration. And he is sitting there, and he's kind of leaned like kind of towards you guys. Like he's got an elbow on one knee and his hand on the other knee, and he's kind of like twisting slightly towards you guys. You can see as you get this close, he's got his Black Veil pendant out, and he's sitting on a tree stump. Huh?
What race did you say? Is he human?
He looks like a human. He just looks like his skin isn't like very human-esque. But he's not something
like an old man.
But he's not something obvious, right? He's not like an elf, and he's not like an orc. He looks like a human, just discolored and gross. He's sitting on a tree stump that has a chain looped from one side to the other, and it's about a 6 foot long loop that you can see out of the back. And he's sitting there like twirling a delicate wand, like a really slender white wand in his hand. But he's not like Avada Kedavra. He's not like doing that whole thing. He's just like, it looks like he's casually holding on to it, like just to give his hands something to do. The other person you see is this older kind of ebon-skinned woman with this white shock of braids that's tied up, and then it falls really loosely, like all the way down her robes, nearly to the ground, which is a huge contrast to her like dark complexion. She is wearing these white and gold robes that you would know is arcane eye, and she also has a gold arcane eye sigil, like amulet, out, and she is sitting on a likewise stump, but she doesn't have anything in her hand. But she doesn't look immediately like she is in any duress or anything like that. They look like they're just normally, naturally talking to each other. As you guys begin to approach, they both kind of like turn towards you guys, but they haven't said anything. They've just stopped talking to each other.
Yeah. Just gonna continue.
All right. All right. So, you guys make your way. Bip. So now you're, what is that, like 30 feet away or whatever? 20 feet or so. You guys are going to continue. Brennan is just following you guys. I assume you guys have kind of slowed to a bit of a crawl. You're not like full gallop, go, or anything like that. Brenna is going to move himself behind you guys to kind of like, you know, that thing where people just sort of like fall in line just to kind of like squeeze through a smaller space or whatever. He's just going to get like behind you guys and like follow along. You guys are going to pass them up, and you clear past. Are you guys going to pick up speed to continue past them?
After a little bit.
Yeah, like once we get like maybe I'd say 90 feet away,
okay,
then start picking up speed again.
Right. All right, you guys do that.
I was like right here.
Well, I mean, you know, you're passing these two people and you're continuing. So as you continue, you pick your pace back up. You leave them in the dust as you go on ahead. So let us see.
Were there any words said between the two, or are they just sitting there?
Well, as you guys approached, making all the ruckus of a wagon wheel, horses, and a giant, they you know,
they didn't seem concerned with us passing by.
Not even a little bit.
Okay.
They were just like, all right, whatever. And then you guys keep going. So you will continue. Let's go back to ye olde world map. Now, there's only one more thing left to do. You guys would travel the rest of this day, and you would have your final long rest before you get to Karan. As you guys have your final long rest, go ahead and pick your spells, do your things, yada yada yada, and whatever rations you guys have left. Do you have any rations left, Ration Master? You guys should be out, I believe, of food. Like,
we have 5 food left with the Ryan Zexus.
The Ryan Zixie. Okay, so it's really the two of you guys and Kexi that need food. So you guys should have enough
food. That we just need 3 to go between me, Kaoken, and Kexi.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have 2 left.
I have So yeah, I'll change that, and I do have a water skin left. I'll change mine to
water.
We haven't needed your water skin.
Oh, okay. So I'll change mine to 2.
Okay.
I have two rations left.
So right now, you have 3 left.
Oh,
and
3.
you have a full canteen left, so 4 uses of water.
What about Brenna?
Brenna so far has not been complaining about being hungry.
Oh, we'll give it water. Probably need water over food.
Sure, but I mean, he probably doesn't need to. He probably needs to drink way more water than you guys do to sustain, because he's massive. He has not complained about it yet.
Before we enter the cityscape, I'd like to just say, the travelers, everyone should get off. We should unload the bag, Zixi, so that it's not suspicious. Unload your bag of holding. I know you have one.
Yeah, you guys already talked about it before.
Yeah, so essentially I'm just saying, like, this is the point where you can't pull something out to sell it. So pull out all your great clubs, all your armors, all your other stuff, and put it on the cart, and we will walk in. Rather than...
Yeah, are you going to carry...
We're going to put it on the cart, and we're going to walk, is what I'm saying.
No, I know. Are you going to carry Kexi?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you didn't say that, so we're just pouring shit on top of Kexi.
Well, I mean...
so you're gonna clear Kexi off, leave Zinch on, and then turn the bag inside out, and everything falls out.
I kind of want to yeah, like, can we try to find like cover? Because
okay, you're not like in front of the city guard. You would be. I'm going to assume that you're gonna do this far enough away to where, sure, you could even say that you're doing it like the night before or anything like that. Like the safest possible
without
point.
a trace, whatever.
You don't have to do it.
The only thing that I saw like online was like, if you turn a bag like to pour shit out, it like ejects out of it.
Right, but I mean, I'm certain there's a controlled way of doing that where you can, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna give you the old 1-2 and like, yeah, boom, it just goes everywhere up. No. Keep in mind, you guys have seen 2 people in 4 days of travel, so odds are you haven't ran into anybody else who would see you doing any of this shit. You haven't even ran into any other fucking like caravans or anything like that. So you're free and clear. I mean, at any point, you guys would be able to see, you know, horizon line to either side. So we can do the hand wave of you doing this at the safest possible point, emptying out your contents of your bag of holding. You don't have to do that in your fucking character sheet or anything like that. But just know that everything that's in your bag of holding is now out of your bag of holding. Okay. So you guys would take a rest or do that, whatever, as you begin
at that point.
Yes.
Can I say to Zixi, I don't think we should sell the shade, and I don't think that we should sell the dagger.
I think I want to leave the black robes and the black veil ambulance in there.
Yes. So, and then also, can I have one of those clubs, and can I have the dagger? The bone dagger.
I'm putting it all out, so like if there's anything that you want to grab.
Yeah, if there's no complaints, I'm gonna pick up one of the great clubs.
So again, it's a giant's club. The great club I think does what, 2d6 or whatever. This does 3d8. It is a large size weapon, so you have to be a huge size or larger to wield it without every hit being disadvantaged. But so you're aware, I can
recklessly attack with it and then get a straight roll.
Yeah, whatever you got to do to get around that, I'm just letting you know. It's made for someone Brenna's size, not for someone Kaoken's size. So use it at your own discretion.
I do count as one size larger
for pushing, pulling, and carrying and lifting
while raging.
For pushing, pulling, carrying, and lifting, right?
Mayhaps we'll get into it later, but I could still recklessly.
Yeah, regardless, like I said, I don't care how you get around it. I'm just letting you know that is a thing. As long as you're doing that, please keep in mind that you are the one that is going to be in charge of remembering that.
Right. Okay. And then I would say that armor, I think Kexi would benefit from it, but if it's yours, if you want to sell it, until we find something better for her. So. Maybe not sell the armor, save it for Kexi, because she's a fighter. And then that's it. Then I put it. So at what point? So my inventory weight right now is at 157.
Right.
Should I start unload? I'm gonna just start unloading stuff. I'm gonna take my 2 hand axes. One of them is more damage than the other.
Don't delete this from your inventory, please.
Okay.
Because
but I'm putting it on the cart.
Right. Yes. Because if you delete it and nobody adds it, then you just lost it. So
I'm putting my hand axes, my original battle axe. I'm putting my shield. I'm putting
like all your equipment.
Pretty much, just so I can be able to carry the great club. And then I'm gonna put the spear. I have a sling. I want to get rid of things to make it iconically to make sense. Where like I'm putting this giant fucking club on my back
because the club's about as big as you are.
Exactly. Right. And so I'm getting rid of stuff. I'm holding her, and then I'm like just adding shit to the pile, and I'll write down all the things that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and narratively speaking, whatever you need to do to narratively go ahead. I'm not gonna really stress about mechanics right now because I assume you guys are gonna be trying to fence this shit the moment you get into the town. So just don't. I wouldn't worry about like fiddling overweight yet. As long as we've proclaimed it, and now it's on the internet for everyone to see. You are disavowing like 99% of all of your stuff to be able to wield the great club. Are you keeping the great axe on you?
I have the great axe and the battle axe. And then that's about it.
And then the Kexi and the Giants Club. Gotcha. Okay.
So it's still a lot.
It's still a shit ton. Yeah, but you're good. So I don't know if anybody else is doing any of that, but that sounds like the cloak is staying in the bag of holding and the bone dagger is going into Kaioken's waist.
If that's okay with everyone else, knowing the information that everyone knows.
Yeah.
Okay.
So do you want to put that in your inventory?
Yeah, I'm going to do that right now. Yep.
Okay, so tell me when you're done before I delete it. I just have it in my notes, a strange short sword with a bone-like handle.
It's also a handle, or it's also a handout on Roll20 if you need the information. It's there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and he just put that on.
Oh, sorry.
So I'll just add a short sword and then put the description of that in there.
Sweet, if you want to. Whatever's gonna help you remember.
Or just put like bone dagger in parentheses.
So you guys take care of that, and then oh my god, Deus is being attacked. Deus is dead. Oh, Deus, make me a death saving throw. You've already failed 2. Oh god. No, you're good. So
a long time.
So let's see. That being said, you guys have ended what is?
I don't know why that has a roll on it.
Monsters parts?
Yeah, so I was going through my inventory.
1d20 minus 10?
Yeah, I don't. That's troll penis -10. I don't know why it has a tag to roll that. Continue. I'm sorry. Misroll. Off the table.
I am very confused and I want to know more, but I also don't. So
monster parts.
So you guys hit this like kind of dip a little bit, and then as the landscape comes back up to this hump, you would see that you're actually cresting a it's like a short cliff, right? It's like there's a spot where the landscape goes up and then it's a sheer drop a little bit, except for the spot where your road is kind of carved in, creating this almost like Thermopylae Valley. As you guys approach through this Thermopylae Valley like cliff wall, you see in front of you the wildest fucking landscape. You see these humps. You're easily miles away from the city still, right? This is
I'll go grab something to drink right back.
Okay. So you are miles away from the city and you see these humps everywhere, like littering this landscape as the trail like weaves in between all these things. They look like 6 foot, 8 foot tall hills everywhere. It almost looks like goose skin across the landscape of this, leading up to the walls of the city. Let me give me. Oh yeah. Wait for it. Where are you? So, as you all approach, you see. Yep. This is what you see.
You see.
On a zoom out, there is this big rock arch, and all of these hills. Some of these hills, as you guys are like kind of like slowly, I assume you guys slow down, like to you know,
yeah.
Obviously, it gets a little trepidatious.
We're not used to hazarding it.
Exactly. Yeah.
It looks like them.
The adventuring party boys are back at it. Yeah. So you guys, you guys are in the General Lee going through the fucking this. So
the cart goes in the air, lands, and then just breaks because it
shatters. Yeah.
Kexy's limp body goes flying.
Flies
like the slow motion fucking, what is that, the Hangover when he's asleep or whatever? No, was it the Hangover?
It just Bethesda ragdoll into the air.
Like when the
Zach Galifianakis and Robert Downey Jr.
Giants.
What was that one? Zach Galifianakis, Robert Downey Jr. Was that Get Him to the Greek? No.
Due Date.
Yeah, Due Date. Yeah. When they get into the car, like wreck, he's like, yeah, my body was so limp that I didn't sustain any damage. But so let us see here. Where is my description? I guess. So Thurai, you would know that this place, this area is actually a ring around the entirety of the city. Called the Warrens. It's several acres of space in a ring around the entirety of the city. These things are anywhere from like 5 to 8 feet tall, these massive hills, and they're roughly about 10 feet in length. Some of them are rectangular in shape as they kind of build up. They look almost man-made. But they lay across the entirety of this landscape, like I said, giving the image of like goose skin or like, you know, what's that called? Goose pimples? What the fuck is that?
Goose flesh.
Goosies, you know. So some of these, as you guys are approaching, some of these you can see like where these big develops, like where they come over, you can see that some of these are fucking hollow. And in like they look like bunkers. Some of these, like inside, you see like and then you just see these big square or rectangular openings inside of these, and you can see inside. And some of these they're like orange on the inside, like a dark, deep orange. Zixi, you would know this is rust. I don't know if Kaioken's familiar with rust or not, but if you know what rust is, or if your characters would know what rust is, it looks like rust inside of there. And it looks like these humps are massively like grown over. In fact, as you guys approach, when you dip down into this landscape, it would start to smell of metal. Thurai, you would know that a very, very important checkpoint is coming up. I'll tell you what you know, and then you can relay that back to the rest of the group, right?
Got it.
You know that one of the things about the Warrens, in fact, the most important thing about the Warrens, and the thing that every traveling caravaner or anybody who exits or enters the city on a regular basis knows, is that these humps, they're called the Warrens because like rats, the Warrens are inhabited by a goblin tribe called the Red Mask tribe. They generally come out with basically rust-colored paint on their face, paint dusting, you know, like powder coating themselves and this stuff. Like battle-wise, they serve two purposes. They serve as local bandits and highwaymen, and also they serve as protection for the city. The city hasn't done anything because what they do is they keep all of the monsters and the boogies out. And when travelers come, they also extort them for goods.
Oh, fuck.
So, as you all are approaching, Thurai goes, what?
We may encounter goblins here. Do not... it might be best to hide whatever you were planning to sell. It did kind of escape my mind, but they do try to... not blackmail, but take a cut off of whatever the city could possibly make on adventurers.
Would we have broken down Thorai's tent?
I can only assume.
Yeah, I imagine so.
He did say that when he sets up tent, he likes to... I'm kidding.
Could we have maybe put the tent flap over all of our shit and then maybe have...
just have like one of the bodies...
foots.
We could have
out.
No. We could have like.
How about this? You guys tell me how you have hidden your plethora of items. Like, what is the you want it to look like you're carrying a pile of bodies, or
that's what I'm thinking. Is literally to have it be like have it look like a jumbled mess of bodies, and then have like Kexie's head sticking out of the tent, so it looks like. There's or her feet.
No, I'm carrying her.
I was gonna say the only reason why I would say that this is me trying to help you. Just saying, you're gonna have a lot of swords, a lot of pokies on a pile, and I wouldn't put Kexie in the pile of pokey sharp things. But
then we'll just have who you would call it
Zinch. Zinch's body. Perfect. By the way,
at the edge of the
he is reeking. By the way.
Yeah,
Zinch's body is now. I can only assume. Do you have Spare the Dying?
Oh shit!
Oh, never mind. That's the wrong spell.
No,
Sorry.
I do not.
Gentle Repose is the spell that preserves dead bodies. But
so
I do not have the make
what you got there, Ziggy?
Good.
How far are we from this area?
This is as you guys are just dipping your toes in. I've already described you guys starting. Well, that was weird. I've already described you guys as starting to go into this area.
Okay, but are we coming up to them like soon?
You don't know. You haven't encountered goblins yet. He just told you that you might run into them.
Okay, so I want to. Well, it's at will, but I'm gonna relay to the group. If we notice we approach anybody, if that's our plan that we're hiding dead bodies, that I'm going to cast prestidigitation.
Yes.
And I want to use the odd odor to make it smell like horrible.
Fuck yes. I am so glad. So the both of you guys together casting that shit to make a horrendous odor come from this hump of stuff with half a Zinch body hanging out.
Yeah.
The right half or the left half? No, I'm kidding. So as you...
Can I also do one thing?
What you got, man?
Wise? I am going to conjure animals for 8 wolves.
To be following you guys?
Yes.
Okay. So.
And as we are like moving quickly to try and evade them, but like the wolves within my... so I'd be casting them 60 feet away from us.
Behind you or in front of you?
Behind us. And so that they would be like ducking, like kind of just like trailing, like what wolves do, like trying to get like an angle as we're moving into a direction. They're trying to like surround us.
Right.
And then as we're moving, the narrative is that they're following us because they smell something.
Would you have the wolves attack goblins if they see them?
On my bonus action.
No. I like here. So the way I'm thinking this is that you're commanding them, right?
Yeah.
You command them, and then they do. So
no, they're interested in the dead bodies. They're following the dead bodies.
Okay, so you want it to look like they're coming for you guys.
They're malnutritioned wolves, and they're smelling easy meats. Which is what we're carrying.
Gotcha. Hungry wolves are following your cart.
Mm-hmm.
Is the facade.
the wolf.
Right. So they're not going to attack any goblins they see because they're looking for your cart.
Yeah.
Okay. So, let's see here. I would like for you, Daniel, to roll me a 2d6. This is going to be the reaction chart, only because I want to see the reaction of how the goblin raiders are going to take your... You did it in...
I did it twice, so take the first one. 4.
Right.
Oh, I didn't make a sound, which is... I think that's only from...
Did you only roll it on Roll20?
I did that on Roll20.
Yeah, right? I only saw that on Roll20. That's why.
So 4.
So 4. Right. Okay. That's going to set up how they react to that. The rest of you guys are going to be pretending to drag a pile of dead bodies. The 2 drivers. So both of you guys can give me... never mind, not yet. Prestidigitation. How long does that last? 1 minute?
An hour.
An hour. Perfect. So you guys are making a foul odor. It is attracting these wolves. This is the facade that we're going to try to keep, as you know you are likely going to be approached by goblins. So
also on myself, I'm gonna prestidigitation me to make it look dirtier.
So you're gonna soil yourself. Okay.
Yeah.
So you shit your pants. Nope, you shit your pants. Too late. No takes his back. So
the homeless man diaper around his eyes.
So
yeah.
Let's get to this. This is not correct. Give me 1 sec. Let me put the new thing with the cart, because I made that back way before you guys ever got in contact with any of that shit. So copy, and we are going to make pasties here. All right, now you guys aren't facing that away, you're facing this away. Sorry, everybody's upside down. Actually, I'm not sorry. So Kaoken is off. He is traveling with Kexi. I'm just going to put her next to you. Zixi, are you staying in the cart, or are you walking next to the cart?
Walking next to it.
All right. And then the 2 of you guys, the this and the thing and the this, and then we've got the you know, all of that shit. So I think I have the wolves.
So how long does the steed spell last?
It lasts until that horse dies, or until he dispels it.
Oh, that's fucking sick.
Right. Yeah.
That's so dope. Always rest cast that.
Well, I mean, if it dies, right? Yeah, like if it dies, or if he dismisses it, then
that's
then
awesome.
Rest cast it.
I'm pretty. I've had this question. I think it's obvious, but if I take off my steed casting spell, like in the morning, switch it off for a different spell,
right?
Will I still have my steed?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, what crashed the internet? Oh, you crashed. Oh, okay. So you having it prepared makes no difference on the casting of the spell. So once you cast it, sure, you can prepare a different spell.
Just if it dies, I can't recast
it. If it dies, you'll have to wait until you're able to prepare it.
That's cool.
But because there's no defined, that's literally like the third thing about the paladin, right? It's the smites, it's the fucking it's their fine steed and their like divine sense or whatever. So you all begin approaching. Now, I don't have all of the fucking wolf tokens, although I feel like I had them. But I don't really want to wait this long. Why am I still going after literally just saying that I don't want to wait this long? Because I thought I was getting ahead of it. Anyways. That's not it. Okay, so as you begin to approach, we can just say that yes, your wolves are 60 feet behind you. They look like they're getting hungry. So you guys want to continue to make your way towards you. Begin approaching this giant stone archway. Would you like to do anything before you get to said giant stone archway?
Nope. Just continue.
What about you, Deus?
Shouldn't we have maybe a safe word that means fuck it, let's all attack?
Pringles.
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 Okay, if somebody says this Pringles,
okay,
that means everyone it's a bust.
Okay, so
indeed.
Did anybody want to do anything else?
Nope.
Okay. You all begin to approach. Let me just... So, as you get here, the horses are going. You begin to approach the stone archway, and you hear this metallic rip as this chain net comes up right in front of your horses. And from behind Brenna, this chain net comes up. It's not very big. It's just regular chain, and then it looks like a chain, like someone took more smaller chain and made like a little like zigzag net in front of these two, this larger chain. Your horses stop. From atop the stone archway, one goblin comes out, and he is gonna show you what his face looks like as soon as he can get to his campaign NPCs and drag the picture out. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Don't judge me.
Can you drag that right from Norton?
From Norton?
Yeah.
Oh, Notion? Can I?
Notion. Yeah.
Yes.
I know what
virus protection.
Oh, that.
I know what he said. He said, "White devil, white devil."
He says, "Iquinsuocha ifamahe." He said, "Sorry, white devil. He must kill you now." Hold on. Fucking trying not to lose my. Where in the fuck did you go? All right. Well, that's disappointing because I have. Here he is. Hiya. Oh, whoops. Huh. Okay, that's not what I wanted. So
no, it's Boblin the Goblin.
It is actually, here's the yeah. This is what the guy looks like. So his face is printed with a handprint over it. It's orange along his two. He has these two short swords that look like, well, they look like machetes with like extra bits on the ends of them, so they look heavier. They almost look like kind of like axes at the ends of them. They also are rusted, but they look thick as fuck. And he's got like some slight decorative arm wraps around him, but he's this little tiny motherfucker, and he's up on top of this thing. He looks like he's wearing rags, but they look, relatively clean. As you hear him, who goes before bunk bunk?
We are just seeking entry into. I am Thurai. We seek entry into Karan to deliver dead bodies.
Bunk bunk takes tribute. Offer tithe.
Tribute. Bunk bunk.
Offer tithe.
We can offer you pieces of dead bodies. But if you wish for straight gold,
pull out his bunny pouch and toss it to the goblin. It has 10 gold in it.
And Thurai says what while he's doing this?
If you seek gold, we can give that as well.
Gold is useless here in Bunk Bunk's territory. Give me things of use. Show me bodies. Maybe can scrounge.
The bodies were picked clean. Kaioken, could you show a body to our friend here?
Just so you know, real quick, as you guys are doing that, there's you can see two goblins inside of these two humps that are on either side of you guys that are holding the chain, and they're just as they're like trying to it looks like they're actually playing tug of war with each other as they're trying to keep this thing as taut as possible. Same on the back. And then you see there's two other ones with like javelins that are like, all you see is this mask of like orange red and these big yellow eyes that are like slitted as they're like, they're not actually jabbing at you. They're just the spear tips are still inside of the car, but they're just so you show Bunk Kexi?
No, I think I can hold.
He's just holding her, and if there's any sort of like him looking at me holding her, I'm gonna like kind of lower her down, and if I can intimidate with a gaze or like start to rage, to not communicate, but like primally tell them like, no, not this one.
So
that's it says that's an if. I'm gonna go.
Wait, what?
He said if, right? He said if they're looking at her.
Well,
is that right?
So Thurai says, "Show them a body." Kaioken, as you call out,
trying to project a presence of like no.
Yeah. I mean, like the slight instance before that. So Thurai, I assume, are you looking to Kaioken when you say that, or are you just looking straight ahead and going, Kaioken, show them a body?
It would just be looking straight ahead and just show them a body.
Right.
My arms are full, is what I'm basically saying. With
he's
my
saying,
action. Is like,
yes,
no,
I am saying in general.
Yeah.
My arms are full. I can't.
Your arms are full of a body. That's what he's getting at. Your arms are full of Kexi. He's saying that you're presenting. Okay, he's saying that you're presenting Kexi as a dead body. Of like, look, we're carrying dead bodies. Not like give them the dead body. I'm assuming he's saying like,
here's this body with no armor. Nothing
this is a dead body.
That was me disagreeing with like, oh, here's some stuff to take.
Right?
You know
no,
what I mean? Like,
no. So
this body is the only one intact. The rest of bodies are like.
But also, I can't fucking open up the cart of the loot because my hands are fucking full. So
right. But again,
yeah, there's another bot back there though.
But you asked me to do it.
So
did I say Kaioken directly?
Yes,
that is my fault then.
So you are holding a dead body, right? Do you still want to try to intimidate the don't touch this body?
Yes.
Okay, yes. Make me an intimidation roll. Since you're not using your musculature, you're using a gaze. Use a regular intimidation roll.
Okay.
Did you say you wanted to rage?
No.
Okay.
No. Then this is gonna be bad. Why can't I fucking find intimidation? Oh, yes, it's gonna be bad. Ugh. -2, 11.
All right. So you are intimidating as you are holding Kexi. I would almost venture a guess that like you kind of bring her closer, even if it is subconsciously, like a not this one, right? That's your deal. Is don't take this one. You can take any other of the dead bodies, but leave this one be, right? So things get a little rocky from here. Deus, you tossed a pouch of gold worth 10 gold. Take that 10 gold away as you see this one goblin scurry out and take it anyways. Zixi, are you doing anything in this point, or are you just like holding and waiting?
I'm going to say to Bonk. The only other thing we have is cooked meat, if you want, if that will satisfy you.
I should have made everyone agree not to lie.
So
It's not a lie.
We don't.
That's not the only thing you have. So,
I know.
That being said, I'm going to need a deception check from the group. There's 4 of you that are able to deceive. So we're going to say that this is not going to be an easy one, but it's not going to be a hard one. So we'll say that you have to beat collectively a 50.
That was a good one for me, I feel like.
So a 22 plus 6 is a 28. 28 plus 1, that's 49, which means that you have to get a 1. Now, Zixi, before you... 17. Nice. Excellent.
Nat 20.
So,
dude, nice.
You have successfully deceived them that you are just carrying bodies. Here's the thing. I'm going to roll a d20. I'm going to modify it by a -3. This is going to be the intelligence check because these guys are tribalists. So maybe they can know how to fashion stuff out of bones? Maybe not. We'll find out. Hiya, where is my roller? Hiya. Never mind. I can't do this because I can't do it from this point. Tarai, go ahead and roll me just a d20 and then we're going to modify with a -3. If they can beat a 17, then they will... You'll see. -3. 11. So. Nah. Stinking meat bodies. Nothing for us. Nah. What else do you have? 10 gold. Does not work for Bunk Bunk. Cannot use. Have you nothing else? What about weapons on Big One? As Kaioken's showcasing his full weaponry, I assume Deus also has his stuff equipped.
At that point, can the wolves be circling around to the right or left at some point?
Do you want them to be doing it sneakily? Okay, obviously.
No, obviously. We're at that.
Yeah. So we can say, how far out away from you do you want them to be?
Like 80, 90 feet.
Okay, sure.
Where they're like lurking behind, and that I would assume. Well, fuck, this is hard. Role playing is hard. People would know that I have cast this, and that the intention for this is this thing, and that I would think that people would know the guys that we were trying to play, that we're trying to...
Likely you guys came up with a quick game plan as you were discussing how best to hide these effects. I'm going to assume that you guys were like, oh, Kaioken was like, well, I can also help by creating this lie of these wolves looking for food.
Right. So I would just look to Deus and nod as these, like, for my bonus action to move them. And not say anything.
Okay. So you know that these wolves are circling 90 feet away from you. Mm-hmm. Right? There's 8 of them, so I assume 4 and 4
around us, yeah.
Right. But they're 90 whole feet away from you, right? Yeah. So they're a ways out. Now, that being said, is there anything else that you guys want to do? Is Dan frozen for you guys too? It looks like he's waiting in anticipation.
Yeah, he is roboting. Thoriah is going to go,
I am sorry, my friends. I can give you my quarterstaff, but you know I carry very little on me except for what is needed on the journey. My friends are new companions of Koran, but I think that their wares are also as rather dull as mine.
Big Man has good weapons behind you. Do you offer your quarterstaff? Like, do you toss your quarterstaff, or are you holding it out for them to come?
Thariah is like taking it from his back and then holding it like one would hold a sacrifice at an altar.
Deus has his second backpack. He puts it off his shoulder and he pulls out a rapier from it.
Okay. You pull out a rapier. You gonna toss it, or are you going to...
So I'm not gonna toss the things anymore, because that's when I toss something. He's like, I don't want it. So he's gonna hold it out. He's gonna like stab it into like the wood of the
cart.
Of the cart.
Okay.
And he's gonna pull out 2 daggers and stab them in as well. And then hang a short bow off of the rapier.
How much shit are you gonna give him?
Am I still frozen?
No, you're good now.
You're good.
Okay, Kyle, roll me a 2d6, because they might take this the wrong way of you stabbing weaponry into the wood. They might. This is a reaction roll.
Snake eyes.
Yep. So they take that as a threat. You could tell they take it as a threat because all of them begin to bristle, right? They all instantly tense up. Thurai, your words, they do seem to get through. As Bunk Bunk, who is like, he's got these 2, they're basically short swords. He has these 2, and he's looking at Deus, and he's looking, he keeps eyeing Kaioken because, you know, weapons. And you see him look around. You could probably, like, you could guess that he has seen the wolves that are circling around and coming in.
Yep.
He looks at you and he goes, if the only tribute is a stick and some gold I cannot use, then you ought turn around. Come back when you find better wares. The chain behind you guys drops.
Can I try to persuade the goblin chief?
Like I said, that roll, he thinks you're threatening him. I don't think he's going to want to hear much from you. As you pulled out a rapier, stabbed it into the wood, and then pulled out 2 daggers, stabbed those into the wood, and then pulled out a bow. He sees you stabbing weaponry. You know what I mean?
Bonk.
It's not very
my
smart.
old.
Right.
Go ahead.
No. What were you?
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, I would kind of like walk over to the other side of the cart and like start pulling them out and being like, no, these are offerings for you if this works or if this appeases you.
What are you pulling out?
The swords and stuff.
He's pulling out the weapons that were stabbed in the wood.
Like, I would just like collect all of them and then hold them out like I'm presenting them, like not throwing them, but like pulling them out from the cart in like a non-threatening way, and just be like, no, these are the wares that we have, not just a stick.
Make me a persuasion check.
Could I, whenever it was my turn, like make the wolves come in closer and then start yapping and howling and stuff?
Okay.
To make the narrative.
Here's why I haven't been getting back to the wolves. Is you would hear the wolves beginning to get attacked, even from the 90 feet as they close in.
Mm-hmm.
You can hear goblin fighting from around, as the goblins that are not just in the immediate area around you. This is you could surmise that this whole place is like filled with like goblins. Like this is like an underground city of goblins, effectively, as these wolves are being poked and prodded as they begin yipping and would you like to attack as they are being attacked?
as the wolves, or
no. Like, would you react to those wolves being attacked?
No.
Because you would hear them, and then you would hear like as these things, they're fighting back. The wolves are fighting back. They're doing their thing, and these goblins are attacking these seemingly, wild wolves, as they're moving.
As they disintegrate into nothingness.
Yeah, as they move into like towards the center of this area.
That was just for the charisma based people to lie, but
right. Well, and on a deception check, sure. But the persuasion of the weaponry being the thing, that's a persuasion. That's not, unless he was, because that really was a tribute, right? He really did pull that out, so it's not a deception for that. But I would say go ahead and give it to me at advantage. Roll one more time, because of Therai's words.
Okay.
Fuck. Bonk would look down. Here we go. It is not enough.
My old friend Bonk, if you let me go to the village, I can go to my residence and grab my most valued treasures and bring them forth for you. I simply need to bring these bodies to their loved ones. After that, I will bring you everything that I owe before you, and you can take whatever you wish.
Dan looks like he's slowly caressing his vape.
Yeah, he's just falling asleep.
I'm
gonna fuck you softly.
So
I'm gonna robot
Bonk would look at you and he would go, "If you are of city, then you know. Tribute or no pass. Come back when you have better wares." So far, you guys, just so you know, have offered up a quarterstaff, a rapier, 2 daggers, and then the 10 bits of gold, which they said they didn't need, but they took anyway.
And a short bow.
Oh, and a short bow.
Therai is going to pull off his bedroll, blanket, his extra set of clothes on top of that, as well as a tinderbox, a water skin, and his torches, as well as his rope, and go, "This is all that I have. I can only barter so much, Bonk. There is nothing on the road for me to kill or bring to you. I have nothing."
Tribute accepted. And you see, like, these goblins come out and they take the bedroll, they take all this stuff. He's like, "Uncomfortable to sleep inside of metal hills. This will work just fine." As they take your fineries, because if you look at them, they're all in tattered rags. They're all like worse than poor. So the water skin, the bedrolls, the fine clothing, all the tinderbox, they're like, yeah. And of course, the rapier, the 2 daggers, and the short bow, and the 10 gold.
Should have offered my vestments.
Something they could use. As he goes, "Make haste. Go through. Before I change minds." Victory, victory, victory. As like everybody starts chanting victory. And you hear like, bro, as these things start chanting, bro, they are deep. You make it to the gates. They are massive. 25, 30 foot tall wall gates. Of course, they have to be the iconic wooden solid. Each one was like a 500-year-old fucking tree with these massive iron bands that are all like Kaioken's height and about 70 of Kaioken wide. These huge monolithic gates. And there is a single guard standing out front. Who goes there?
Do I recognize? It is I, the Rai.
Wait, what did the guard say?
He just says, "Who goes there?"
It is I, the Rai, and with me I bring a part of adventuring party with one very injured and one dead.
Oh, it's the wise man. All right, wise man. Come on in.
Thank you, sir.
And you see him like do like a 2-finger whistle. I can't do it, but he fucking he does the whistle, and you hear like this ground as these things open up just enough for your fucking cart. They don't like fly open or anything like that. They as they drag across the ground, they're leaving like they're pushing up the craziest fucking like 3-foot pile of dirt dust as they open up just slight enough for your cart plus you guys. Brenna comes through, is like, thank you. And the guard's like, you're welcome. He looks at Brenna looks at like you guys. He's not gonna like stone me to death or anything.
You are a rare sight, but Karan is not one to be too harsh on other kin. In this world, one comes by what one comes by. One does not judge unless judgment has been passed. One does not attack until attacks have been given.
I will give you this. I assume you guys are probably wanting to end pretty soon here, right?
No.
I'm pretty tired, but I can go for a bit more.
Josh should roll a deception check because
so
he's gonna do bad.
Real quick, Kyle, what say? Are you getting like too tired to continue?
No, I'm up now.
Okay.
I just gotta walk around, get some water in me.
So
get some water.
Ricky, what's up, man? Are you like you wanting to call it, or are you you think you got a little bit more? I'm not gonna be playing till like, it's fucking 3 a.m. as much as I would love to, but it'll be over relatively quickly.
Yeah, I'm good to keep going, find out what happens next.
Right. So as you guys
end abruptly.
Exactly. As you guys crest through the gates. We're gonna end it there. So as you guys crest through the gates, you'll notice that it goes to a hill with full display of this city, and this is what you would see. The city of Karan. You guys would
do that?
You guys would be approaching from likely right around here.
Okay. I do that?
Right in this area.
West side.
Just look at it. It's just a giant hole.
You would see.
That's what she said.
Industry all around this massive crater with a smaller crater inside. You would see these huge cranes that are like several houses and buildings that are bigger than most of you have ever seen are constantly in motion as they're picking up these huge loads of like wares, crates, boxes, ships, wagons, all sorts of stuff. The 4 main post cranes from within dragging stuff from the lower dockside region, where you see this port with like dozens of ships coming out and going in, each with like different flags from who knows where. Most of you would not have any idea of any of these like people. They're trading insignias or any sort of country flags, as most of you have stayed really secluded in your own little pockets of the world. You would see a relatively large clock tower towards the north that would be ticking. It looks exactly like what you would imagine hour clocks look like, showcasing about 3:30 in the day. there is one long stairwell that you see from the very north crest of this crater that slowly works its way down. And you could tell it is, I mean, miles long as it zigzags back and forth like switchbacks all the way down. There's like outposts everywhere along it. At the bottom of this lower shelf, so you guys are on the upper shelf, there is a lower shelf that is at sea level that then cliffs down farther into the center of this quarry relief something. And you see these two massive statues of these horse-trodden men. These statues are made out of ivory, some sort of white stone that has a polished shine to it. One of these statues, even from this distance, you can tell one of these statues is like an older gentleman. He's got this hair that comes down rather long, and his beard comes down long. It's been dyed black. His beard is black with a single stripe of silver and a single stripe of silver across the top as he looks on, kind of smiling, this sort of like regal but also like gentle smile. The other one that you see on the other side, you see this burlier set human person on equally horse-trodden, short cropped hair on the sides, not even really that long on the top, has a very serious, stern look on his face as he kind of like looks out towards where the sunset abouts would be. You see that this one has like wings that are slightly furled, slightly not, as he's very, very stern looking on his horse. Kaioken, you don't have to roll. You recognize Kelvin Sunax and Greymane.
Yes. Okay, that's exactly what I wrote down in my notes.
As you see, these statues are like 60 feet tall, easily, and they don't even crest the top of this cliff. You can hear just constant bustling, motion, movement, wagons everywhere. This looks like, to the rest of you, the rest of the world's population is inside of this city. As it is constant motion and moving, there's people who are, you can even hear like salesmen, traders, there's criers on corners everywhere. A stark contrast from what you literally just stepped from, which has been nearly a desolate wasteland. You come and you find the last great bastion, the city of Karan. Where would you guys like to go first?
Dave's never been in a city this big. He's just been in mostly elven settlements.
Deus has never seen anything this big.
So he's just going to be quiet as Jesus.
Deus has never seen before.
Or an elf. He's never seen elves, but he's seen Eldrin. But he's never been. So yeah, this would be entirely overwhelming. The amount of stimulation from Deus just immediately of like adults doing adult things on a scale of what we would consider like Seattle, but like, you know, a quarter of Seattle's population.
Still a lot.
Yeah. Thurai, you know this city like the back of your hand. Wherever you guys want to go, you ask me, I'll tell you. There's no map. Like, there's no like I can't give you like nobody does that here. People just know. If you stay in your lane, you stay in your area, you know your neighborhood. Most people don't go out of their neighborhoods because these neighborhoods are sprawling. You've got your upper crust up here on the back northwest. This is where all of the richer types are. There's no nobility here, but there are people who are better well off. People who are like merchant owners, like merchant trade vessel owners, stuff like that. Like people who created business and industry here. There is your local Arcane Eye headquarters. Is this wizard tower right here? no magic has been seen inside of this city. Thurai would know that. No magic is seen in this city. Arcane Eye, as far as anyone knows, they're just mystics. They're just crazy people. It's like seeing Freemasons or like, you know, like Scottish Rite. Like, you know, people equate the same with the Arcane Eye here. They're like, oh yeah, whatever. A bunch of old men who are doing their fucking, oh, we're casting magic spells or whatever, right?
Bunch of goofs.
Superstition.
Right. Huh?
It's kind of like superstition, like, oh yeah, magic stuff, tarot cards.
Exactly. Speaking of which, there is a tarot card person, a fortune teller who travels around this area. You can catch her if you're lucky. There is no Black Veil headquarters here. You do see the occasional Black Veil person, but they're not the oogie boogie spooky man. What you got?
But they seem right. We need to fix Kexi right now. I've seen some pretty familiar looking people. Are they Black Veil?
Yeah.
They do roam around here.
Yeah.
But
this is
I will
go ahead.
I will give you this warning to all of you one time. This is my home. And though you might be friends, although that bartering was kind of lacking if you ask me, either way, even if you are my closest friends, my loyalty to this city comes first. Do not use your magic here, and do not instigate fights. Though they do not parade it around, I have seen too many Black Veil to know that if it came to it, this city could be gone.
Understand.
Other than that, Kexi is still alive. We just need to get her proper rest. The resting that we've been doing on the road is not going to be conducive for her health. Get her to a tavern, and I can watch over her and ensure her health comes better. As for the curse, Black Veil might know someone, but I would have to pull some contacts for that. Right now, my main focus is going to the Four Talon to return their lost member. If you need directions somewhere else as we travel that way, I can give them to you.
I do not trust that her affliction has been dealt with.
Yeah, I thought the whole reason why we raced here was to ease her affliction.
So, point us in the direction that she can be removed of this curse. And if you want, we can part ways.
I would think one of the temples, right?
So
no magic is allowed. As we're saying this in the bustling
you guys, I can only assume that you guys are like kind of doing some crowding. Maybe you're walking a little bit. You know what I mean? Like at this point, also you're not riding this cart anymore. You guys are walking next to this cart. Well, when you guys got in, you would immediately recognize that nobody's really riding these carts. They're pulling carts. There's like people who are moving stuff. They're literally just using these as beasts of burden. They're walking from place to place. There ain't exactly like no one's moving fast, right? This is like everywhere where you're walking, there's people that are intertwining around and whatnot. And everyone's like walking with their horse, making sure that if you're in a big vehicle that you're, you know, weaving, you're not like, we gotta go, right? But I can only assume that like there's enough like buzz of just like people talking for you guys to be able to have this conversation slightly quieter without like immediately alerting their magic. It's not like that. Everyone's kind of like dealing with their own shit. They're not like, who are those weirdos, right? But Thurai, to your knowledge, they have three choices. Either they can go to the Arcane Eye headquarters, which is located just to the north, which is on the way to the Four Talons Merc Group headquarters. They can go to the Sons of the Axe, their merc group, which is their headquarters, which is right next door to the Four Talons headquarters, because Saul. Or they can go to the Black Veil headquarters. Those are the three people who aren't magic. You also would know that, like, things like that, things like fighting that are completely like, you don't do that here. I mean, there's ways to get around that in this city.
Yeah.
A lot of people get around that. Crimes just happen sometimes. You know what I mean? You get enough people here. Maybe I didn't see nothing. Maybe it is. You know what I mean? Like that whole deal.
There's going to be a shanking if it's too crowded in a place.
Right. But like, nobody overtly uses magic. If they do use magic, nobody knows. Nobody ever is like, I cast fireball. You know what I mean? Shit like that. So
yeah.
You just know that, like, yeah, sometimes people's houses just catch on fire. But that being said, you would know that those are like the places. Either the Arcane Eye, the Sons of the Axe, or the Black Veil are the three people that would hint to removing a curse to you.
Yeah, then that would be it.
So you can either go to either of your hated people, the Arcane Eye or the Black Veil, or we could go to the Sons of the Axe.
As soon as he says that, Deus, you would know that 2 out of those 3 options, an organization fucking hates. They are on the worst terms with the Sons of the Axe, as per your World Anvil relationship chart, and they are on the next 2 worst with the Arcane Eye. Not that that would necessarily mean anything for you, but you might have some preconceived notions about that, I'm assuming, having freshly come from the cult of Sehene and the Order Silver Templars.
The Four Talons, I think, is the only one we can trust.
That wasn't on the list.
Didn't you say the Four Talons?
No,
it's on the way to the Four Talons. It's Arcane Eye, Sons of the Axe, or the Black Veil.
One you listed.
But the first 2 are on the way because Thurai has to get to the Four Talons headquarter. But
I just put them all together in my head.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't have a relationship with the Black Veil, at least not that I can see.
Well, they don't have a negative one like they do with the other 2. But with your own personal dealings, I don't know if that's going to come to play. I'm just reminding you that you might have some preconceived notions about the other 2. Zixi, while Deus is figuring on his feelings, Zixi, is there anything that you wanted to add or do or anything like that?
I would like to ask Absalon if there's any sort of safe haven that he remembers within this.
Absalon would tell you he has never been here.
Oh, shit.
I have never even heard of this place.
Maybe it's new, Master.
So Deus, you guys go and help her. I'll look for a place to stay, something that'll hold all of our stuff and give us room.
Deus, if you would like to go with me to the Four Talons and sell them and sell
sell the body of Zinch back.
Yeah. Hey, we got a body right here.
That's
we know
funny.
You might know him, so you want to buy him right now? That'd be great. Get him off our hands.
This is how we do it. We extort that.
That's his edgy boy, selling voice.
Yeah.
Fucking
hey,
selling.
Listen here. I got a deal for you, kiddo.
We're almost to 1 a.m, but
if you want to come with me, Deus, to the Four Talons, afterwards we can find a place together. It might be better that way. Uncommon faces are hard to trust, but many of the people around here know me. one way or another.
There's something I have to do first.
Understood. So, I can continue with the cart.
You also would know the name of some inns if you wanted to, but you also have your own place here. Just throwing that out there when the time comes to that. Sorry, you guys can't. This just looks like I'm just being weird. You guys are crowding around me in my Discord thing, so I'm like, okay. So Zixi, you did your thing. Absalom goes, "The fuck is this?" Kaioken, you're on a mission, man. What do you heard the options that you have? What do you want to do? Because you're literally carrying her right now, so you don't actually have to be with these people if you don't want to.
Yeah, and I am going to leave the group if they are not going towards Kelvin Sun Axe, or where that area of relation would be after the information that.
Right. Well, I mean, and you would. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to hear Sons of the Axe, and no, you know what I mean. And so,
I'm going straight there.
Okay. So you'd be traveling with Sarai then, as he tells you that it's next door to the Four Talons. Zixi, are you gonna go with Deus or are you gonna go with Sarai and Kaioken?
What happened to Brenna?
Brenna is right behind you guys.
Okay, making sure.
So I would probably go with Deus and just say, like, if we have to split up, like, we need to somewhat stick together.
I'm fine with going with you to find a place to rest, but there is something I must do alone.
Fine, fuck you. And then I go with
Heat metal, bye.
Bye.
Have fun with that.
Okay. So then Zixi, you were gonna go with the rest of the group then?
Yeah.
So then let's see.
As I say, have fun playing with your rabbit fur, nerd.
Nice. So we're at 1 a.m. Do we want to continue?
Yeah, I'm
I
down.
can go for a bit more.
All right. So
peer pressure.
I'm getting kind of sleepy, boys.
It's okay. You can say no. It's all right.
All right. That doesn't sound like he can say no. No, I'm kidding. I really want to know what it is that Deus has to get to by himself.
Like he needs to contact for the Silver Templars.
Dan, what the fuck, dude? Dude, that was so fucking loud. Holy shit, that was.
Dude, I got a good lead out of that one.
I have to go find my.
Like, that was.
I didn't hear it, so I'm like,
holy shit. Okay. So
I feel him out. How I hear him.
We need to end it. Dan's drunk.
There's a power wellied inside of me.
So Deus, are you looking for a place to send an air message, or how do you get a hold of
an air message? Nice.
Oh, nice. Like a crow message, letter, anything like that. How do you get a hold of that? Like, how do you what do you do?
Shits his pants. That's his call.
Hold on.
And there's no temples here, right?
By temples, are you looking for like a church temple, like a place of worship, or are you looking
any type of temple?
Again, you like when you say temple, you mean like a place of worship, right? Like
I guess, but I'm trying to wonder like what else would be a temple to you?
It depends. Are you looking for a monastery of a monk? That could be a temple. Are you looking for a deification place, like a place of worshiping the gods? Because people do worship gods still, they just don't get anything back from it. That could be a temple, but those two temples might not necessarily be the same thing. You could be a cemetery is also a temple. It's a place of death.
So whatever one is religious.
Okay, so you're looking for a place of worship.
Yes, like because my background with my order, there's going to be hidden people in those places that will help me contact.
Gotcha. So
they will also shelter me and feed me.
Okay, so you're going to use your background feature to go and find somebody who will reach out to the Knights Templar.
The Silver Templars.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, Silver Templars. Okay, so are you going to ask about that from Thurai, or are you going to wander? Or are you going to ask somebody else?
If Thurai's still there, you would ask.
Well, I'm going to assume that you either asked him, but you were saying I have to go do something. So if you didn't want to tell them, like, that you were going to go find a place. I don't want
to tell them that I'm contacting my order, no. But I don't care if they know I'm going to a temple.
Okay, so yeah, if you say I need to find a temple, then like, yeah, he can send you to a temple.
Yeah, Thurai would just probably lift off. If there are multiple temples in the area, he would just give like a brief. Here's this temple. Here's what they worship.
Yeah. So basically, the temples now in this big city, they don't have a single like god. You're not going to find like a temple to Torum, a temple to Bane. You will just find a temple. This is going to be like they're called sanctuaries, right? They're hallowed grounds. So you will find that there are several around. There's one relatively nearby. You can either go to the upper crust area, you can go to Dockside East, Dockside West, or you can go to the agriculture and you'll find 4. One in each of those areas. Do you want to go? The rest of them are going to be heading up north here towards upper crust.
I would go with. I'd also ask Brenda to go with me.
Right. So everybody's kind of going to the north area, and then you guys are going to spider out, right? So you'll reach the spot where Thurai will be able to point and go. You go down down this road over here, like 2 blocks, and then it'll be on your right, and you'll find the hallowed ground for upper crust. Good luck, and then you'll peel off and start going with Brenna, or Brenna will start going with you. The rest of you guys are going to continue heading north, and as you guys head up north, right, literally this house right here. If you zoom in on it a little bit, you can see that this house right there is actually like a duplex. It's literally like townhomes, like single-story townhomes. And the left half of it, you have the symbol of the 4 talons, which is a bird foot with 4 claws. And on the right-hand side, you see a shield with 2 axes behind it. And on that shield is a heraldry that has the sun. Now, what you'll notice is you'll notice that this used to be one house, the Sun Axe house, and then literally built onto the side of that has been the 4 Talons fucking group.
I love my boys.
Like literally they nailed the walls to the same thing, and it has now created this weird hodgepodge of like...
Does the Sun Axe sign look like it's been graffitied and cleaned multiple times?
It hasn't been fucked with yet. It hasn't... Well, it looks brand new, so it's either that it's brand new from this, or it hasn't been touched. But around this area, immediately, it's all desolate. There's no fucking, like, for 30 feet around this building, there's no grass. There's just, like, scorch marks. There's, like blasted earth around here, and you can see that each of these 2 front doors, the fucking 4 Talons door is a red door. The Sons of the Axe is a blue door. You want to go to the left, right? And Kaoken, you want to go to the right on your own? You're muted.
Yes.
Okay. So, Zixi, are you going to be following Thurai, or are you going to be following Kaoken?
Kaoken.
Okay. So
he's the only one that doesn't really know where he's going. Well,
right.
Kind of,
I mean, you're going right here. So Thurai, you would know, all right, peace out. I'm going to be literally right next door, re-delivering Zinch. As you approach the door, this door looks terrible. It's like the frame, there's no handle knob. It looks like, imagine your front door with no knob, no locking mechanisms, no nothing. You can just push it open. Inside, you'll see one long rounded table on the inside with a bunch of people like sitting around it playing, like, looks like they're playing multiple card games at the same time on one table that's like 9 feet long. And then there's like a single half bar in the back corner. That is the entire makeup of this house. It literally looks like one, like this is like a 40 foot by 40 foot space. And they have a single table that they're being incredibly loud and rowdy with, and every time they like, it almost looks like a tavern. Whenever they down a flagon, they throw it against the wall next door to the Sons of the Axe, and then they as they keep going. And there's one like tiefling looking guy. He's got likewise blue skin. Well, you have red skin. He has blue skin. Blue horns, and then his hair is this like dark black, and he's got like he has like what the fuck is that, black sclera with like a yellow fucking iris and a black slitted pupil, and he's like, hey, what's up, man? Welcome to Four Talons. What can I do for you?
I have bad news to give. I came across the party under assault by many creatures, and I found Tzeentch after the battle. Squashed.
Man.
I told the other members of the party, and I do not know if they listened, but I hope they have, not to touch his belongings. He's in the back of the cart right now. If you want to come get him, I can help.
Nah, just bring him in, man. Damn it. And you see him like he takes like a full flagon of ale, and he throws it against the wall over by the fucking Sons of the Axe. He goes, fuck, man, Tzeentch was one of the promising ones. Yeah, go ahead and bring him in. Well, okay.
Is there any cloth that we could wrap him in? Because as far as you've described it, it sounds like he's
in your bedroll.
And then we kind of just scooped him.
I thought you used your bedroll.
Yeah, he's in your bedroll. Like
he's in my
up.
secondary bedroll. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, so he's in your second bedroll.
Yeah.
How about this? Okay. How about you took Kexy's bedroll and you gave it to him on accident? Regardless,
let's not do that.
No, so he's in your bedroll. Your other one that you fucking
my secret,
whatever.
I have my main bedroll, and then I have my
doesn't matter what bedroll he's in. Bedroll. He's in a bedroll.
The rabbit furred one.
Yeah. So
the special.
Are you gonna drag both halves of fucking Tzeentch in or no?
Yeah, I'm gonna try and make it so that it's not going to desecrate the corpse. It's like that was the point of having it wrapped up, was that way there wasn't going to be that.
So you much as possible. Do the thing. One of the guys even helps you. It's like an orcish dude. He's just all right, well, yeah, here we go. Come on, let's get him in here. Here we go. And then you guys like,
all right, you get.
Yeah, right. Well, he's not that one. He's not that one. That is very specific to one region. Anyway, so helps you in. You guys throw him on the floor. Well, you try to set him. The orc just like drops him, and then you see the guy behind. Hey, look, he's a member. God, fucking oaf. He walks around the corner. He's like, the fuck out of here. And you see the guy. Man. Well, anyway, he sits down. They start playing cards again. He goes, oh, fuck, man. And you see him like kind of rifle through his stuff, and he takes out his coin purse. He's like, at least we got his fucking membership. All right. And he takes the coins out of his pocket and he goes and throws them in the thing. And he goes, well, boys, we got to torch him. The rest of them go, it's sad. And they open up a hatch that's underneath the table. They like scoot everything over, open up a hatch. Inside is just a fucking burn pit. It like under the floor, they've dug out a burn pit, and they go, God damn it, we got another one. They dump Tzeentch, dump his stuff. They literally take oil and they just like matches and oil, light him up. They go, fuck. Sad day, man. Sad day. Well, served his purpose. Made us some money. Made Sun Axe look bad. Good. He did good.
Did damn.
He died fighting?
Yes, he.
I just realized you shouldn't have seen that. This was members only. Could you, like, I don't know, forget what you just saw? This was like a members only deal. I forgot you were here.
5th level modified memory.
Yeah, right.
It is fine.
Right.
I'm already overcome by sadness. I will forget this day soon enough.
Yep, we're all grieving. Good thing you didn't have any family. All right, well, thanks. You need a job done, or what are you doing?
I am currently leading a party into town.
Well, just remember, if they're doing work in our turf, they got to pay. Everyone has to pay.
If we see you, then we will notify you if we go into your turf.
This is the city. If you do jobs.
Yeah, I am sure they won't. They do not seem like the city type, to be frank.
You guys hear that?
But
so.
But either way, I will take my leave. And with that, the Rye is like gonna do like a small bow and then jump backwards.
Thanks. Have a good one. Remember, you didn't see anything. All right?
I saw nothing.
If you need any jobs or talents, always on the job. Even in death.
You got it.
All right.
I for Tzeentch, always remember this place.
Well, boys, it's time for the ceremony. And you hear
that,
rah, as you close the door, they start kicking the wall next to Sunday. So, Kaoken and Zixi, you guys enter. Sons of the Axe, and you see a very, very large, very, very pissed off looking paladin. He's a human. He's got like a jarhead look. He's got like kind of sun-kissed skin, but he's blonde. He's blue-eyed, pretty like standard good-looking fella, right? Like a traditionally good-looking fella. And he's just sitting there and he's like, it's just him in this fucking room. And his desk is on the wall that is shared between. So he's just gonna, hey, you guys need some work? Yeah, you should boom, 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 coming from the wall next door.
No, we don't need work. We need help.
Oh, you need a job done, right? Well, what's the job?
Yeah. I think this woman is cursed with, what is that noise? What is going on?
These pieces of shit next door. You know, as long as I can fucking God damn it, as long as I can remember, these guys have been hounding us and hounding us. And they just, everywhere we go, they are there constantly. And he's just like he's like roiding out. He's getting so fucking mad. It's like, anyways, hi, let's cut to the chase. You need, what'd you say? A curse removed?
Yeah. Something killed her and we're worried it might come back. I am worried.
So something killed her, and you want us to run like a protection circuit, or what do we? God fucking next door. Shut up! And you just hear, you're fucking worthless through the wall. God damn it! You just sorry. This is my shift, and we do 24-hour shifts at the desk. So I've been here for 20.
Yeah,
and I haven't slept.
Distracting. I'm off put.
Thanks.
That's difficult. So, so this is my friend, and
you're holding Kexi.
Yeah, I need help.
Mm-hmm.
Just what do you want, and I'll do it.
Well, I don't know much about like mystical medicines. God, fuck. If you had like evil that needed to be like thwarted, that's me all day long. Sons of the Axe. we stop evil. That's what we do. Unfortunately, curses, that's not really our deal. You know, that's a lot of like magic. It's like, and you know,
I'm not. Is it magic? Could you? I don't know.
I don't know what a curse is if it's not. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I swear to God, if it wasn't illegal to kill every one of them, I know I could do it. I know I could do it. I'm getting off topic. Unless you know, like, if it's poison, antivenom, right? So if a curse is like, what's the antivenom? You got to know what it is in order to know how to, and I don't know what a curse is. That's not my gig. You know, and then it gets quiet, by the way. You know, you would pick up on this as like something has distracted. You start to smell the slight breeze of burning flesh.
Smells bad.
I don't know if they're cooking really food or it smells like a person, right? That smells like a body, right?
Yeah.
You think they're doing something fucking illegal?
I see smoke. It seems like someone's like pushing smoke into this room.
Yeah.
And it's stinky.
It's coming through the fucking... Anyways. I wish I could help you, man. You got zombies? I can deal with zombies. You got, you know, ghosts and shit. I can do that. Curses? I'm sorry. I don't
know. All right. Listen, what's your name?
Tyler.
My name's Masenko.
Nice to meet you, Masenko.
This is my friend Kexi. She's unconscious and she's afflicted with something. We're not sure.
Okay.
But my old friend knew Kelvin personally.
I'm sorry. Old friend knew Kelvin?
Yeah. The goats.
Like the founder.
Like yeah. Is he like, you know, in the back room or something? Maybe I could talk to him. Maybe.
This doesn't sound. You know what? Crazy people come in here all the time. Makes sense to me.
That's me.
You might have heard of this guy. His name's KOK. You don't know if you've heard of the guy before.
Interesting. Well, if you want to go talk to Kelvin, he is right down there, right by the beach. You'll see him on his big horse. Can't miss him. You can't miss him.
The statue.
Are you a Four Talons member? Is this it? You're just coming now? Now you guys are coming in to waste my time. You're like, magic. Oh, I know Kelvin. Is that what we do now? Is she even fucking... Is she pretending? Excuse me. Hi. You in there?
Like, kind of working this out. It's like,
as you're working this out, you just hear the fucking machine gun. Fuck you. Who's dead? As like these people are assaulting this, you could hear the actual studs. Uh-oh.
You can actually hear the baby in the background.
That is Amelia is awake.
Uh-oh.
My poor baby. Give me like 2 minutes. And then we'll get back and we'll finish with Deus and we'll be done, okay? Okay. 2 seconds. So at that point, you, like I said, you would have seen or you would have heard all of this like super crazy racket from the adjoining wall. And that dude gets fucking pissed. He's just, God damn, these sons of bitches, as they start like lighting up his wall. You gonna take off or you want to?
If I maybe helped you, could you help me? Like, I know you don't know anything about curses, but if there's something that I could do that you could point me in the right direction, I would owe you, and I would pay it immediately. I mean, something, and I like gesture to the noise. Is there?
He looks over. He goes, well, okay. Here's the thing. No violence, no fighting is allowed in the city. Understand that. If you do, you know, I don't want to put you in a bad spot, man. If you're not a Four Talons member, if you are, then you know better, and what you're asking is illegal. But, I'll tell you what. If you want to go indulge in the craziness, you can either go find a witch, or you can go to the Arcane Eye, as they're basically the same thing.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the information.
Of course.
And Tyler, I hope you have a good day.
Thanks, Misenko. You have a good day too. And if you ever have any like actual, you know, evil problems that I can solve, please don't hesitate.
And then I exit with Limp Kexi.
Okay. So you guys pretty much more or less come out right around the same time. Zixi, was there anything that you wanted to do in that interim?
No, I'm just kind of following along.
All right.
Could I do one more thing?
What you want?
Could I try to see like a back door to the other side, like a gate or something?
Right. It's not necessarily a back door, but this part of it, so it's a very, very evenly spaced to the other side, but this has a single room behind a single door, not to the back, but just to the side in that same area. So when you walk in, you see one guy at one desk. The desk is attached to the wall that adjoins the other side of the building.
Mm-hmm.
Opposite to him. So if you're walking in, he's in front of you. The left side of the wall is relatively close to where your door opens up. To the right side in the back, like in the corner opposite of your corner, is where the addition for whatever this extra room is.
I don't think it's going to work, so I'm going to freeze by it. I wanted to try and subtly, in a safe area, cast conjure animals and have them run into that building to fight them. But I'm going to not do that and continue to find the Arcane Eye.
Okay, so as you come out, you guys readjoin, and I assume you're going to tell Thurai that, like, where you need to go.
Thurai is not with us, but I will tell Zexi.
I mean, as you leave the building, Thurai's literally like, he's like 10 feet to your right.
Because, I can't see him anywhere.
Yeah, because the door that's 10 feet to your right goes to the Four Talons.
Yes.
So you guys kind of come out and, hey.
I'm going this way. Talking to the Arcane Eye.
So, Thurai, I assume what he just said is asking for directions to the Arcane Eye.
Got it. Follow me then.
Right. So, you'll take him through. Again, you guys were here, up here at this double
cart. Who has the fucking cart?
You guys
all
do.
Of our shit?
It's parked right out front.
Okay.
Hey, you guys walked it over.
So the body was in the cart.
Right.
Okay, good.
So,
good.
If you're here, right where my little pulse is on Roll20, the Arcane Eye, you can actually see, as Thurai points out, you can see the wizard tower. It's just a big octagonal, like brick and mortar tower with like imagine like Space Needle, but it's only like 20 feet tall. By the way, just a note, you guys do see giants walking around here. You should know that. Like hill giants, giantkin. There's a couple of cyclopes, shit like that.
Really?
Cyclopes, yeah. They're walking around. They're just people doing their thing. You can see they're more prevalent down in the pit as you guys round around the road to go to the front of the thing. You can see they're far more prevalent down in like what looks like it's being used as a quarry. So you guys go to the Arcane Eye headquarters. Do you knock on the door or what? It is literally, the door is just a single door, rounded top, in the side of this octagonal thing. It goes up, and then it is, the base is up top.
Yeah, I headbutt the door since my arms are full.
All right. And with that, we're going to cut over to Deus. Deus, you follow Thorai's directions. Thorai's directions lead you down a road that offshoots the main one that you guys were walking down, back towards the west. So you're going back towards the city gate. To the right, you see what looks like, picture your stereotypical small Gothic cathedral. It's not very large. It has like a steeple. There is some stained glass on the front that doesn't depict any particular thing, just different shades and colors. It is made out of gray stone, which is actually kind of contrasting towards like the wood stuff of everything else. It does kind of stick out, but it looks fine. It's not like dark and ominous or anything like that. It's just shades of gray. As you approach, there is a slight like wrought iron gate that is right in front of it. It's only like 3 or 4 feet tall. It's more like decorative, right? As you approach, fucking what's his name? Brenna's like, I don't know if I can fit through that door, and it's a regular human-sized door.
Do you mind waiting outside for me, Brenna? I need to contact my order.
Right, I'm gonna see if I can find some food anywhere in the immediate vicinity, because I'm getting real hungry. I haven't said much, but you just hear his stomach. He's just, it's starting to hurt.
I grabbed the money from the dead guy, but I don't know how much is in it.
Ah, you grabbed Zinch's coin purse.
Yeah.
I see.
That changes.
That doesn't change anything. That just means that when he didn't look into it, he didn't grab anything. Right. Oh, then that changes actually quite a bit. So we're gonna have to retcon that. Thanks for speaking up on that. But
I didn't hear you guys talk about that
when we were talking about him dragging all of his stuff. So actually, what happens is, Thorai, when you said that you had all of his belongings, you actually said you didn't have any of his belongings. And so instead, what happens is that the blue-skinned tiefling fella gets a little irritable, and he's like, the poor bastard couldn't even keep his fucking membership fee. Spits on the ground. He's like, what? Because he's contractually obligated that on death that he's supposed to pay out the rest of his membership fee, which equates to whatever he had left on his body.
It's like all the weapons I gave the goblins, that was his weapons.
I just thought you had him in the pile. Either way.
No, I still had his backpack.
Right. So either way, that's what happens instead. So Zinch is disgraced, and instead of them being mournful, they're pissed. So you pull out the coin purse and you give it to Brenna.
Yeah, just so he gets something to eat.
All right. So you hand him the coin. Are you trying to count it out or anything, or?
So Dave doesn't care about money, so he doesn't really care how much is in it. He's,
okay, so you toss him the coin purse of Zinch.
Like, he didn't take the coin purse to rob him. He just took it because they told him to get his stuff together. And
right.
He did.
Yep. So you do that. So Brenna's like, you think it's enough to buy a horse? All right. And
I don't know.
He walks off. I'll be back. I won't go too far.
Just make sure you don't eat that.
Right.
Thrice pony.
Right. And he's just like, you could tell he's totally doing like yep, whatever. Shut up. I don't care. Too hungry. So you about face to the small Gothic cathedral, and you begin to make your way towards the front.
Yeah. So when I get past like the gate, he's gonna put on his vestments, pull up a white hood, and he's gonna pull out his emblem.
So you're gonna disrobe your plate mail, and you're gonna put on. No,
I'm putting it over my plate mail.
Aren't vestments like priests, like robes and shit?
So what I read, they're like the scarf thing that goes around their, like it's a sash. Oh. I read that it's pretty much what you want it to be.
It's whatever you want it to. Oh, no.
Let's read it. Because I saw it as like a, like those priests have like those purple, looks kind of like scarves.
Yeah.
And they have like the
sash. The sash?
Yeah.
Okay. Sure.
So vestments for my order would be that, but white and a white hood.
Okay. So then it's like a cowl with a sash on it.
Yeah, like a cowl.
Cool.
Yeah.
So then you can totally just put that on. That's fine.
And then he's just gonna pull up the medallion because they're.
So you're gonna expose the medallion.
Order, yes. Once I get inside the temple. Yeah.
All right.
Who's at the hospital?
It's the baby scanner.
Oh.
He's scanning for more babies.
Scanning for life.
Find those babies.
Scanning for more babies.
So you produce your thing, you put up all your stuff, and you walk in. As you open the door, you will notice that there's a few people here. There's like a friar looking dude in some brown robes, and he's got like a bald head, and he kind of, hi, welcome. You are free to worship wherever. Please come in, have a seat. We have only one Deus for you to worship at. If you whatever sacrifices your god requires or anything like that, please come in. You'll notice that there's like another dude who's wearing like a really black, like thin suit that has like a white collar underneath it, what you would assume is like a fucking Catholic priest, right? He's just standing off at the side. He's reading a tome that's like kind of handed. You would see another guy that looks almost like think of like a stereotypical Shaolin monk. He's got the Buddha beads. He's got the fucking orange sash and shit. And he's here. And he is just sort of sitting and muttering to himself.
You said this is a friar looking guy?
The friar looking guy is the guy who welcomed you in.
I'm gonna ask what your name is, friar.
Part of me wanted to just immediately go Tuck. No, he's hold on, I'm loading the names. Friar Truss, Truss.
Truss. Is there any priests working in?
Any what?
Any priests or high level? I want to say it.
High level.
I don't mean like high level in levels. I mean like
high order,
upper echelon, higher order, inner circle. What do you?
Yeah, like high priest. Like who runs this joint?
Well, this place doesn't have any one person who is in charge of it. It is a collection, as we don't have any one religion that is only welcome.
As he's talking with them, he's kind of walking towards where he told him.
Right. He's like, we're inclusionary, so all religions are welcome to worship however they want, as so long as it's not harming anybody else or making downtrodden of other religions. This is a place where people can come to express themselves in their places of worship.
Of them.
So Deus
goes more like all we got left.
Deus goes to pray,
right?
And he grabs his pendant. But as soon as he starts, he kind of stops and like looks sad for a second, but then like shakes it off. And he holds his pendant out and see if this guy knows the code word. So the code word would be him saying destiny and the other guy saying passion. So Deus is just going to say destiny.
Hold on a sec. I need to. Everything's getting slow and laggy. Hold on. I need to make 100% certain that I understand what your background.
So I'm pretty much going off of keywords and tenets.
No, I get that. I want to know what your background ability is exactly.
Oh.
Because if it's like this, if it's supposed to be like a spy sub underorder type deal, that's one thing. If it's just because you're a religious person that they're giving you sanctuary, I don't know if it's necessarily You belong to an order of Knights of the Order. Great. You have sworn oaths to achieve the nature of this goal depends on the order you serve, but in your eyes is without question honorable. Favor and has a wide variety of knightly. Okay, so you're looking for Knights of your order. This is your background feature?
Yeah.
This doesn't tell me what you're able to do. I'm gonna look at your character sheet. This tells me what your trait is. It doesn't tell me what your background feature is.
So I'm trying to send mail.
You're trying to. No, I get that. It's gonna happen, certainly. I just need to know what, if any, constraints are. Knightly regard is your feature. You shall receive shelter and succor from members of your knightly order and those who are sympathetic to its aims. If your order is a religious one, you can gain aid from temples and other religious communities of your deity. Knights of civic orders can get help from the community, whether a lone settlement or a great nation that they serve. And knights of philosophical orders can find help from those they have aided in pursuits of their ideals and those that share their ideals. This helps them in the form of shelters and meals, healing when appropriate, as well as occasionally risky assistance, such as a band of local citizens aiding a sorely pressed knight in a fight. Okay, so it's not so much like a James Bond secret order, we all, but he would not be keen to your specific order. What he would do is he would say, are you in need of help?
Yes.
What is the help that I can assist you with?
Oh, sorry, what'd you say?
I said, what is the help that I can assist you with?
You said, this is the help I can assist you with.
Welcome. Yeah, so
I need to send a message to my order.
Okay. Here. And he produces a parchment and a quill with ink. If you would like to write your message down, fold it up, we can place a seal on it, and then we can have it sent by air to your order.
He very quickly writes a message down.
Okay. And then you fold it up. You're not doing the speech to talk. Whoa, what happened? Apparently that just went down. Greed. You've seen it here first, folks. It is a message so secret. Oh, okay, they're back. Okay, yes. So that was weird.
No, you're back.
Yeah.
You're back.
Well, I'm talking to the stream. You guys are stupid. So, so you
I sent you the message you wrote, or the letter.
Right. I'll look at that later, but all I need to know is you fold it up, and then he takes a bit of wax, pours it on, and stamps it. He goes, I have not seen, and this is for you to give to the ravens. So, he leads you around the back of the dais, where there is it's a walkway for you to walk back. In the back of said dais, there's a slight room behind where there is rows of bunks. There's a couple of people sleeping on them, coughing, whatever. Get through another doorway. There is a spot for some eatery. There's some slightly perishable foods, shit like that. And then there are several bird cages with crows that are sitting in them. And goes, give this to the bird. Show the bird your pendant. The bird will know where to go.
He shows the bird the pendant.
So you don't give him the letter, you just show him the pendant?
And then gives him the letter.
Okay. Yeah. So you give him the letter, show him the pendant. The bird takes it in his mouth and flies out of a small thing and flies away.
Tell me, have any more people with my pendant been around here recently?
There was one. came in only a couple of days ago. Couldn't be more than 2 days.
Do you know if he went by the name of Antioch?
I did not ask his name, as I have not asked yours, because we're inclusionary.
Thank you for your assistance.
Of course, if you need respite, you can stay here. You can eat here. You can.
Mind if I fill my water skin up and maybe grab some rations for the road?
You are allowed 1 ration for the night, and you can fill your water skin. As many people travel through here, and for you to take more than you need for a night's rest would not be kind to those who need.
Is there anything you need? This place needs.
I am full. But thank you.
Okay. Yeah, we don't have anything to give unless these guys want mason tools. Okay. He is going to leave.
All right. You step outside of the place. You don't see Brenna. So, we are going to cut back to Kaioken, Sarai, Zixi. As you knock on the door, it opens. Or you headbutt the door. It opens. Ah, you don't look so good from the last time I seen you. What the hell's wrong with her? As this short little wizard of a man walks out, Olaf the Observant sees Kaioken and goes, Well. You were gonna attack me last time. Oh, looks like you need my help now. And that's where we're gonna end it tonight.
What's up, little shit?
Is that the guy from...
It was the wizard from Hearthenvale.
Okay,
yeah.
The one fireballing everything?
Yep.
Fireball.